Hey, everybody, what's up? Welcome back. We got a Friday stream for you. Playing some new variety games. No, that can't be right. Every stream is grimdark. Okay, but actually, the most recent RimWorld streams have certainly felt grimdark. Well, not the most recent ones. The ones from before the most recent ones. Anyway, welcome. One and all, we're playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader today, which is in alpha right now. So this is a early build of the game. We haven't done a proper preview in a while, I feel. That's kind of new. And this game is by Alcat, who is responsible for the Pathfinder series of RPGs, which is, if you ask chat, much beloved. So, it's one of the RPG series that I haven't played, actually, because we have played Solasta and another one that I can't remember, but never this. So, looking forward to seeing why there's such a vaunted developer. And also getting back into the Warhammer lore. Because the last few 40k games that we've played have been quite good. The one that stands out in my mind is the XCOM-like Chaos Gate. Chaos Gate was pretty cool. And my only wish is that we had played more of it. But we do tend to run into that little issue, huh? Cool games come out and then they're lost to time. But also, I guess Space Marine 2 was just announced on the Game Awards yesterday, and that looked pretty sick. Was Mechanicus XCOM-ish also? It is. It's definitely a game that I would highly recommend. We're listening to the soundtrack from Mechanicus right now because I just need any reason, even if we're not going to be the Mechanicus boys, any reason is a good reason to listen to this soundtrack, I think. New DLC for Chaos Gate, add Dreadnoughts and Tech Marines. Is that the Duty Eternal? Why does that have mostly negative reviews on Steam? Let's find out. Howdy. Hello. I would heavily advise against buying the DLC since the Dreadnought is only usable in the new Technoplot Plague missions, which the store page for this DLC was updated today to say that it's only usable on those missions, where beforehand it was never marketed as such. Doesn't feel like it adds anything significant. Had hopes I could command the Dreadnought freely, but was sad it was only available in a specific mission. It sounds like, at least from the first few reviews, that it's mostly people who are lore nerds who wanted to fly a Dreadnought and didn't get to. Is this stream sponsored? Do you think that it's sponsored? Do you see any indication that it's sponsored? I don't have to disclaim when a stream is not sponsored, legally speaking. However, I and all content creators do have to disclose when a stream or content production post is sponsored. Hashtag not an ad is not a thing. If it doesn't say it is, then it isn't, chat. That's just how it works. I know you might watch some other streamers who like to skirt the law. Or possibly hide their piggy banks. Streamer playing low-rated game equals sponsored. It's not even out yet. We were talking about the DLC for a completely different Warhammer game called Chaos Gate. The game we're playing today is not out yet, which means that for me to be able to play it, I either had to get alpha access, which is the case, from the developers, or break into their offices and steal it. So this is not something that you can even purchase right now. Or you might be able to pre-order, I have no idea. No, you can't even pay money for this. There is no pre-order option yet on Steam. So you stole it. He's scamming us again. Is this the new game that you mentioned? It is, yes. It is a full-on RPG by the devs of another big RPG, Pathfinder. So it's going to be like that. It's going to be in that style. So if you played Pathfinder, I would expect some visual similarities. He got access from the devs by breaking into their office. Skullgar, why would you link a page that you can pre-order this from? You're trying to make me look suspicious. The Game Award Reddit discussions were basically just the Stage Crasher guy. Yeah, I'm less annoyed that the event transpired and more annoyed that all of the discussion from the Game Awards is about that. I think. I feel a little bad for Jeff Keighley. Because the thing is, like, I'm all for new good memes arising, but that is not one of them.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Armored Core Pump It. I actually did watch the Armored Core trailer again. And it was just as good the second time. I never played Armored Core, though, before. Flute Guy memes were better, yeah. I agree. We did. That just kind of shows how hungry I think we are as a whole for new memes. People are getting desperate. Hades 2 stole the show from me. I think Hades 2 did not steal the show. I think Death Stranding 2 stole the show from me. That being said, I am basically just as excited for Hades 2. Chat's like, what? But yeah, Death Stranding 2 for sure stole the show, like, in a literal hype sense. How'd I miss that? You weren't watching the stream yesterday. There were some sick announcements. It was honestly, aside from the bad memes, it was honestly quite a good show as far as, like, announcements for games go. And if you consider that Microsoft didn't show up at all, we could have had so much more if Microsoft put in even a small amount of effort. Because Nintendo has already removed themselves from everything. Microsoft absconded, absentee, and it was basically just like Sony's like, all right, well, we'll just take all the awards, I guess, other than Elden Ring. Microsoft actually has plenty to show. They own a lot of game studios now. I think that they are getting ready to do their own Nintendo Direct, but for Microsoft. Microsoft has a considerable amount when you consider their recent acquisitions, some of which they are still trying to make and possibly deal with, or not possibly, but deal with a lawsuit for. Guys, they own Bethesda. Yes, they do own Bethesda. And they could have easily carried an entire section just with Bethesda games. They've also got a Forza coming out basically every year. And to be fair, I know that the Forza is the EA Sports of racing games, but they get consistent good reviews and are fun every time. So you got to give some credit where credit is due. That each new Forza Horizon and the other Forza series are just knocking it out of the park every single time that they come out. I want to see something for Halo. Like I actually really enjoyed the free-to-play Halo, but there's got to be something being worked on besides they're still reworking the same things that were being complained about since the game launched. Like, it was genuinely fun. I had a good time and I wanted to see more. But yeah, they've got I believe Phil Spencer was there. I think he was at the show. But yeah, there's I think they got Redfall as well from Arcane. The Forza games, Age of Empires 2 is still getting content and has got like a console release. One day, chat, they're gonna announce Dragon's Dogma 2. I mean, like, with footage. Copium. Dude, where's the Obsidian RPG? Which one? So many Forzas, but never a Fivesa. Nice, Nog. But yes, Halo was fun for like a month, and then they just sort of left it out there. Development was going at a snail's pace. Yeah, they have Grounded as well. Grounded is Microsoft now, right? They've got quite a bit. The Obsidian RPG was put on indefinite hiatus, was it? Why is there no category for survival games? There's so many of them, and they're very difficult to categorize, I think. Okay, I was also informed why you guys... I had no idea why you were saying that I was Crash Bandicoot. I had to be informed by Alice what the Crash Bandicoot meme was. And no, this is not just a cover to pretend, definitely not hiding anything about how I spend my time and my proximity to the stage. Oh yeah, I hear you. I can neither confirm nor deny that I have a Crash Bandicoot fursuit. Hummus, thanks for gifting a sub to Marmel. I wonder why. I wonder why. Twitch did say the VODs from restreams of the game show should be deleted. If you could, please, just, could you link that? Where did they say that? I don't understand how many, like, years do we have to do this song and dance? Did anything even get muted yesterday? But yeah, if you could link that, I would appreciate it. Looking at the VOD, actually nothing got muted, strangely. I believe you, though. Crichton said it last night for his stream. Okay, but I'm just gonna look at, like, would it be on Twitch support? Twitter? Because I don't know where else they say anything. Let's see. Twitch support has not said anything. Twitch has too many separate Twitter accounts, to be perfectly honest. Okay, did they say... give us your thoughts on Game Awards. It'd be nice if they actually put useful information somewhere where we could see easily. Their only thing that mentions it is, tonight's the night to co-stream the Game Awards alongside your chat, catch the latest announcements, and discuss the winners live with your own community, starting at 4:30. It'd be nice if there was a parentheses that said, like, oh, and it's okay to leave this VOD up, by the way. We've already confirmed. Because the thing that annoys me is, the show is planned ahead of time. Like, they have an entire pre-show run-through, like a rehearsal. So they already know what's going to happen, who's going to win, and everything. With just speeches being the wild card. So they already know what songs are going to play, what trailers are going to play, whether Bon Jovi is going to have a song, whether Halsey is going to have, like, or Halsey is going to have, like, one of her songs playing. Kraken didn't delete his VOD. I think he probably just drunkenly read someone's chat message. Maybe. Possibly. Okay, anyways, I'm not going to delete it yet. Yeah, because Steam is rebroadcasting the entire thing on their website simultaneously. It'd be weird to get thrown under the bus for that. Anyway, what's up, Flower Boy? Thanks for the 13 months of sub. Pumping it. Chat, we're going to get into Character Creator in a moment, though it's going to be somewhat simplified Character Creator since the game's in alpha. And we're going to get to pick a few bits and pieces as we create our own Rogue Trader. But the full Character Creator will be something that comes later. Anyway, I forgot what we were talking about before we started talking about deleting VODs. And Crash Bandicoot. But people have already started to pick apart the Death Stranding 2 trailer and look for clues. There's lots of references to the first game and objects and head-scratching question marks. It appears to be, so far, revolving around like a religious order, which is going to be a fun change of pace, like a post-apocalyptic religious pilgrimage type thing, which feels very far from the first games. With a bunch of zealots being the main antagonist. I'm ready for none of that stuff to actually be in the game. That's going to be in the director's cut. They're already probably making the director's cut for Death Stranding 2. I did appreciate that he said that he had a script for the second game, and then COVID hit, and he threw the script away because he didn't want to predict the future again. So, does that mean that Kojima has single-handedly changed the course of our entire lives, where we were going to go down a path that replicated the original script, and now we just forked in the road and created a separate timeline, and now we're going down the path from the new game script? He keeps causing things. Metal Gear Solid 2, yeah. Metal Gear Solid 2 we actually played on stream. Metal Gear Solid 3 win? Question mark. We're multiverse time traveling now. I think so. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 is a actual piece of art, I think. I would put that up there as one of the greatest games of all time. And I frequently forget about it when people ask me what my favorite game is. That was one of the only games that I remember playing start to finish and seeing the credits and enjoying the story as a kid. I think I had to use a strategy guide to help, because I was 11? No, I was 12. I was 12 when Metal Gear Solid 2 came out, and I had never played that kind of game before. So it was definitely... I didn't know what the hell was going on because they were using big words and talking paragraphs at a time, but I was into it. Pretty sure I played on very easy and just used the easy gun or whatever it's called. You could kind of just like kill everybody at a certain point. Like if you got enough ammo for just a regular gun, you could just run around corners and in like stealth. Never heard of it. Game mechanics? I'm just gonna murder every enemy that's on screen until I get where I need to go. It was difficult that way, but not if you played on the easier difficulty setting. I already know my only interaction with Death Stranding 2 will be Donkey's inevitable video on it. It is inevitable, but Donkey actually likes Death Stranding now, so... He had to pull back the... Oh, not the curtain. He had to call back the Dogs of War, because he basically declared war on Death Stranding, as far as my perspective on it went. Hello, chat, and it's Alex too, I guess. What's up, Lingonberry? How's it going? And welcome every other people arriver. Let's get into it, chat. Here we go. May need to adjust the volume. Alex, should I buy a PlayStation to play the first Strand type game? Death Stranding Director's Cut's on PC, so you can do whatever you like. Though I think it is... Death Stranding's the kind of game you should play on the biggest, highest definition screen that you have available. With the best sound system. It really benefits from widescreen 4K, I think. And the better your audio setup, the more you're going to enjoy it. Is it hygienic to have a skull on your desk? I think so, yeah. There's nothing wrong with the skull, as long as it's been clean. Okay, we're gonna jump into... I don't think I'm gonna play, like, a harder difficulty on when it has blood spatter for an RPG. So we're just gonna do... Like, I don't think I need to try hard in combat, and I haven't even played Pathfinder either. Alright, I gotta read the voices for my characters, so we're gonna... By the way, there will be a real character creator after Alpha. There's no release date on this yet. Hard in a CRPG means more damage for them and less for you, yes. Very much so. The Coronis Expanse. Dossier 17 KB, compiled and processed on the order of the most gracious Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius. Candidate satisfies the consanguinity criteria. Of course, the consanguinity criteria. Bears kinship to the Lord Captain in the 7th degree from a dynastic offshoot in the Skara sector. Current location of progenitors not specified. Male. Occupation before requisition. Okay. So this is the kind of stand-in character creator for now, and I've also read that we are skipping the prologue. The alpha goes straight into Act 2. So I believe post-prologue, we are already taking command of our own ship. So we are going to have... basically to establish ourselves as a rogue trader, which in Warhammer 40k universe is basically a hybrid explorer, merchant, and powerful feudal lord who operates outside of the bounds of most of the laws and limitations of the Imperium of Man. Okay. We have just inherited a void ship, which is a giant space fortress, cathedral, and a factory, and also home to thousands of people, and it functions as our trade empire. So that's where we're starting. Says coming soon on the Steam page. That's tomorrow. That's like basically tomorrow. Occupation before requisition, where we avoid ship captain in the Imperial Navy. Navy officers have great weapon skill, fellowship, and are proficient in persuasion. The Commissar, Officio Prefectus Commissar in the Astra Militarum. They have great weapon skill, willpower, and are proficient in coercion. Or a leader of an unspecified criminal organization, data expunged due to reputational considerations. Criminals have great ballistic skill, agility, and are proficient in persuasion and awareness. Okay, I think I have a little page that sort of says, let's see. Weapon skill is your chance to hit with a melee weapon. Ballistic skill is your chance to hit with a shooting weapon. Strength is melee damage and athletics checks. Toughness is HP and resistance to poison and stuns. Agility is initiative and dodge chance. Intelligence is used by a bunch of skills and abilities. Perception reduces enemy dodge and affects initiative. Willpower is used by psychers for their power and also resisting various mental conditions and psychic attacks. And then fellowship is used by abilities and dialogue and represents your communication skill and charisma. Okay. Chat heckin' loves shooting. So weapon, this is melee, charisma, and proficient in persuasion. Okay. Commissar is melee, willpower, which I just read was psyker abilities. Basically like the psychic class. And proficient in coercion. And then shooty, agility, and then persuasion awareness. The willpower to shoot your own troops. I think I want to try the Commissar, actually. Weapon, basically melee psychic, yeah. That one sounds fun. Planet of birth and circumstances of early life. Imperial world, Volrus 6. Markedly loyalist upbringing, developed leadership and diplomatic skills, in-depth knowledge of Imperial history and culture. Turn the volume up a bit. So, rogue trader from an Imperial world has greater fellowship and willpower, is skilled in lore and persuasion, and becomes a leader, career-focused on commanding and assisting allies. A feudal world. Fort Camgaro. Primitive cultural environment, notable physical and athletic attributes, heightened awareness of your surroundings. Greater strength, toughness, and perception, is skilled in athletics and awareness, and becomes a fighter. I think I want feudal probably between these two. Melee combat, maybe. Alpha's out for content creators, yes. We're getting a preview, Beep and B, courtesy of Outcat. Forge World. Adeptus Mechanicus planet. Strong intellectual and endurance capabilities, profound knowledge of sacred tech, and medicine skills. Medicae. How do you say that? Tech use, logic, medicine, becomes an adept. Career focused on skills and single target damage. And then Fortress World, Kortsura Major. Medicae. Militaristic planet on the edge of the Imperium, basic combat training with a Medicae course and additional instruction in demolition. Greater agility, perception, willpower, is skilled in demolition, Medicae and awareness, and becomes a soldier, shooting and positioning. I think I'm gonna do feudal world. Strength, toughness, and perception. Just a psychic brute. I think it's either that or the Forge World. But I'm gonna do feudal. At the Lord Captain's request, the most significant episode in the candidate's biography that demonstrates personal qualities and performance under pressure has been highlighted. Based on the collected data, this is... Items received: chainsword, lost pistol, autogun. An uprising on the 8th city on the hive world Castus Primus. An attack by a pirate armada on the pleasure world Lakura Cove, or a major criminal incident involving void ships assigned to the Astra Militarum. I don't know if this might be flavor. So this is like an event in my life that demonstrated personal qualities and performance under pressure. Let's go with 2. An attack by a pirate armada on the pleasure world Lakura Cove. The pirate fleet struck after the planet's orbital forces had departed on a secret directive from the Imperial Navy. The limited ground garrison of the Astra Militarum, which had been awaiting deployment, was the world's only line of defense against rampaging heretics. The candidate was with his regiment near the capital in Lakura's southern hemisphere when the pirates' first attack began. Upon receiving reports of a sizable enemy landing party in the vicinity of the governor's estate, the candidate, 1 or 2, oversaw the deployment of forces and the defense of vital areas, thereby protecting key infrastructure nodes and the most important members of the planet's leadership until reinforcements arrived, or sent forces on a decisive counterattack which brought the ground offensive to a standstill. By the end of the operation, the Astra Militarum Regiment had been completely obliterated. I kind of want to pick 1 because 2 reminds me too much of the Mass Effect history that I picked for my character. Two is more lore accurate. It's an RPG. The whole point is that you're making your character. The lore is whatever you decide that it is. You can literally just choose which one that you would do. That's called RP. This is chat's character. This is my character streamer. My lore says 2. They are both equally lore accurate, though. Role-playing as a lore accurate guardsman. Chat, we defended the key notables and the important areas. Notable qualities exhibited when acting in difficult or ambiguous circumstances. Tactical calculation, logistical skills. Admirable loyalty to the best and most valuable servants of the Imperium. The qualities exhibited are deemed to be valuable. 40k fans in a nutshell. Imagine sticking up for 40k lore consistency. This run is not canon. Okay. Admirable loyalty to the best, most valuable servants of the Imperium. Qualities exhibited are deemed valuable and desirable in a potential successor to the Lord Captain, who is dead in the prologue. This is Act 2. The candidate's profile has been deemed worthy of submission to Most Gracious Lord Captain for further appraisal. With regard to the requisition of the candidate from his current position to serve the needs of the illustrious von Valancius dynasty, the final decision rests with the Most Gracious Lord Captain. End of dossier. Sector Coronis Expanse. Recorded by Vigdis Suri Atta Toleman, Voxmaster Octavus. Several weeks have passed since the day Theodora von Valancius perished. On that ill-fated day, the rogue trader's void ship was attacked by madmen hungry to capture the dynasty's prized possession, the Warrant of Trade, a sacred Imperium relic that certifies the outstanding rights of the rogue trader across the galaxy. Fortunately for the thousands of lives who depend on the protection of their master, Lady Theodora's heir and the now ruling von Valancius, Lord Rogue Trader, fought off the villains and protected the dynasty's sacred relic. In his efforts to carry out Lady Theodora's last assignment, Rogue Trader came up against a monstrous plot which ultimately led to the death of the Imperial world Rykad Minoris. Imperium of Man is a galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire ruled by the living god who is known as the Emperor of Mankind. We simply call him Reggie, and his body is ready. By the God Emperor's will alone did the rogue trader escape with his life, when Rykad's star mysteriously vanished, leaving cold darkness in its wake. One last desperate push and the Empyrean's mantle hid the fleeing souls from the pursuing enemy. However, testing trials lie ahead. After several weeks in the warp, the rogue trader found himself on the fringes of his trade empire, amidst scattered worlds now lost in the cold void at the whim of the roiling warp. The Lord Captain must forge new routes to planets conquered in the past and fulfill one of the covenants of the Warrant of Trade, to restore that which has been lost. Why, hello there. This is me. I have a mustache.
Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orselio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots await your permission to begin the process.
Chad, I'm glad that they tagged things for, I don't really have that much 40k experience, but it's nice that there's some lore encyclopedias.
The warp is the source of all psychic powers,
and a home dimension of the most powerful entities, or the powerful entities, known as the Chaos Gods and their respective demons. The warp also functions as the medium for faster-than-light interstellar travel for humankind and is rumored by many species to be the final place of the spirits of the dead. Hover text with lore is the best RPG advancement in the past 5 years. I'd agree with that. Our navigator is a sanctioned noble mutant whose genes allow them to safely traverse the warp space. I actually do know these things about 40k, but I'm just going to read them anyways. And real space is the material universe, the opposite of the warp.
the Furibundus system is home to Footfall.
Footfall, the massive void port on the edge of the Coronis expanse, and a wretched hive of villainy trade and rogue traders' intrigues.
The only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take a few days, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your trade empire. Dargonis, Janus, and Kiava Gamma.
The astropathic is a powerful sanctioned psyker who can send and receive messages through space using telepathic abilities. Basically, the astropathic is, in the far-flung future, we have reinvented, or is it the past? Is it Star Wars where this is the past? I assume it's the future. There's 40,000 years. It's a lot of years. That's more years than the internet has been invented. Anyway, they reinvented carrier pigeons.
We have already received a message that was previously adrift in the Immaterium.
The Immaterium is the warp.
Master Zachary Weiss has reported receiving an invitation. The Liege of Footfall humbly requests an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with the shades of pleading, and I quote, "Apparently, the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible."
Okay, new task. Visit the Liege of Footfall. Wait for the completion of repairs to the ship. The rogue trader's ship is damaged. Needs repairs?
Footfall? The place where sin and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he'll be interested in talking to you as well, rogue trader.
Sister Argenta has asked for the Lord Captain's help in a personal matter. Hello, Heinrichs. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Rogue Trader. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. But before I leave you, Rogue Trader, Heinrichs produces a small device wrapped in velvet. I was supposed to deliver this to Lady Theodora, but considering the circumstances, I give it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine that can translate the languages of distant and lost worlds to Imperial Gothic. It's even capable of handling Xeno-languages, up to a point. There may be flaws in translation, but the overall meaning should be clear. Okay. Are you leaving us? Who is this Reverend Hieronymus who wants to talk to me? Vigdis, tell me about the system we're arriving in.
Furibundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Coronis Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by Adeptus Mechanicus Station, which is off-limits to outsiders.
Pascal.
Altar Templum Calixus X17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech brothers at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted.
Chat, is this have we seen Heresy yet? Are you leaving us, Heinrichs?
The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no farther. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have, Rogue Trader.
Argenta, who is Reverend Hieronymus?
He's the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do.
Argenta lowers her eyelashes.
I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valencius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request we meet with Reverend Hieronymus.
Okay.
Heresy is everywhere!
Indeed it is. Okay. Why does the Liege want to see me so badly?
Abelard. Not you personally. He wishes to meet with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. Takara does not know about Lady Theodora's death and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall if our astral path managed to read such strong emotion in such an anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from the Footfall Astropathic Choir was the only missive Master Zachary has received lately.
Okay. So, we have a few people that we need to meet with, and we're going to have to get our crew together. What genre is this game? This is a CRPG from the devs of Pathfinder. And it is in alpha right now with just early access to preview, what they've got so far, but a lot of it is going to be polished and developed further over time. It's fiction. It is fiction, yes. Okay. What should I know about Footfall?
It is the largest port in the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. It has a dockyard that allows us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus. Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions. In the Coronis Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium. Although I've heard the tithes it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to the Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of the rogue traders, who disregard certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear.
I'm outside the laws! In my opinion, there's too much dialogue without any kind of scene change. Is this your first CRPG by chance? If you don't like reading, you will not like 99% of CRPGs. CRPGs are known for the sheer depth and breadth of their content, to the point where, like, okay, in CRPGs, the phrase decisions matter has the most weight. So therefore, the amount of writing necessary to make your decisions matter and your character backstory matter can take you in drastically different courses and paths, and really isn't something that is cheaply voice actable or cinematic-able. Rogue traders basically get to do anything they want, yes.
They don't listen to the Imperium's laws.
And we're also not going to click on literally every dialogue, but I want to get the basics, at least, from the first few people. Branching storytelling is tough to do well at scale, yeah. Disco Elysium cheated. They made all their money first and then paid for voice acting second. Which isn't cheating, it's just smart, but the point still stands. That came later. Footfall is just a brief stop. What next?
As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your trade empire, the time will come for your Magna Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of the rogue trader. It's mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privileges granted by the warrant, and yet it is a major milestone in your personal history. The moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valancius dynasty, we are all looking forward to that day, Lord Captain.
What of the Liege?
Is this Vladaim?
Vladaim? Or Vladam?
Takara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Takara is the appointee of the Kasbalika mission, the largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixis sector. They specialize in the cold trade, the buying and selling of all kind of Xeno rubbish.
Xenos, a term usually used by humans that means stranger and signifies alien non-human forces. The cold trade is a legal trade of Xeno commodities, and the Kasbalika mission is the Footfall chapter of the most successful crime syndicate on the Imperium of Man, founded in the Calixis sector.
Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Vladam Takara, whose appointment benefits not only the Kasbalika but also their most powerful ally in the Coronis Expanse, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. Vladimir is a slippery yet cautious fellow. He does not usually beat about the bush and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Kasbalikan hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You are a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Kasbalikan barons crossed swords with rogue traders and emerged victorious. Do not forget that and remain vigilant. The Kashbalaka. Vile tech thieves.
Pascal's Vox barks out the last words like a profanity. Tell the Lady Navigator I give her leave to make the transition from warp to real space. Let's go. Victus begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Victus turns to you again.
One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Takara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock. And besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader, and he will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to go incognito.
Tell me in detail how these choices will benefit me. I've decided I'll go incognito or I'll go officially. Here's our first choice.
According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the power of the Liege. However, not everyone chooses to take advantage of them, depending on the situation. Arriving incognito will give you more room for maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs.
Chat, I'm rolling out the red carpet.
I shall explain if you do not mind. According to the unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coronis Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties, and Footfall is where their interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Caligos Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings in Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Corda will be put on her guard. But you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Coronis Expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodora's departure yet. It must be made clear that the banner of Von Valencia soars as high as ever.
Can you play the whole game in the alpha version or just the beginning? I'm sure it's just the part that they want to be seen. I don't think they would release the whole game yet.
If I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You will have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and the burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. They will worship us in time. I say let's go officially as the rogue trader. It will be done, Lord Captain.
Vigdis bows again.
With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties.
Okay, and we're out. Use the system map in the center of the bridge to issue crew orders. All right, let's first save. And then second, I'm gonna open the DX Story. The DX Story. See some frame caps. Okay. There we go. Let's take a look around our bridge. Officers, helmsmen. Got bridge officers down here too. There's a servitor. I like the map. This is also the most I can zoom out at the moment. But yeah, it seems super detailed. It's gonna be fun to navigate. By the way, chat, does it look smooth? Does the stream look smooth to you guys when I'm panning around, or does it look choppy? Should look smooth, hopefully. That's a smooth. Looks great. Fantastic. All right, give me 1 second real quick. Okay, there we go. So, why don't we click on some buttons? In the closed alpha, you start in Act 2 at level 15. Yeah, I knew that already. Why did you highlight this message? Several things are placeholder and contain 20 to 50 hours of playable content. Is that true? 20 to 50 hours? That's like 100 hours at the pace that I play games. Long stream. My thing is, I will tell you now, I am not going to play the full amount of content in this alpha. And the reason for that is similar to my experience with another RPG that I'm very much looking forward to, which is Baldur's Gate 3. I want to get a good taste of the game, enough to get hyped or excited or, you know, see how the mechanics play, but not get to a point where it's like, okay, I played 30 hours. Now I'll wait for the content to be polished and the rest of the features to be added, like character creator and whatever combat tweaks that need to be made. There's some spaceship combat as well. And I want to let that simmer and be able to keep going through active development so I don't get totally burnt out on it by the time it rolls out, if that makes sense. I did that with Baldur's Gate and regret. There is no character creation in this alpha version. There's just a few choices instead of a full character creator. Okay, so what are we wearing? We got an Enforcer Carapace. Our beginner gear. We do have a chainsword. And also a little pistol. A lost pistol. So that's in our other offhand. And then on our back, we've got an auto gun. 6 to 9 damage. Very nice. Here's our stat page. And I guess these are our other party members. Have we met Cassia? I don't think so. We met Argenta, Adira, and Heinrichs. Okay. And I'm hoping, yep, there's tooltips for all of these. Very good. Weapons and skills. We'll probably need to look at that a little bit more than I am right now. And this is Profit Factor, a representation of the relative value of the rogue trader's warrant of trade and what opportunities and resources it can call upon. I have a better explanation for what that is. Profit Factor is basically your character's wealth, their assets, connections, and resources at a given moment. You start with a cap of 30. When you use Profit Factor, you don't lose it forever. It is temporarily blocked and slowly regens over time. It can be increased or decreased as you progress through the story, explore, and colonize. Can also influence the story. For example, an exceptionally rich rogue trader may have different dialogue options. There you go. That's what this bar down here represents. Special abilities. I will probably take a closer look at this and also, of course, placeholder pictures. But I have no available ranks, so I don't even want to look at the skill tree right now. Reputation with 4 different factions. The Drusians, Explorators, Casbalica Mission, and the Fellowship of the Void. And then character's biography, which is currently just blank. But I'm sure the other characters have a bit of history. Yes. Here are the quests. Our ship has suffered serious damage in the battle with the traitors and their pirate accomplices. The wounded ship's spirit yearns to reach the only port in the sector, Footfall. Okay, so we just talked about those things at length. And Sister Argenta has asked for our help in a personal matter. Okay. No rumors yet. No orders yet. We got the map. People's locations, and we can move the camera around as well. The encyclopedia and the codexes and dictionaries for terms. And then cargo management. This is our flagship, the Von Valancius flagship. The oldest and mightiest void ship belonging to Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its laser-based weapons and turrets are accurate and hard-hitting. Plasma drives, rugged and reliable in extreme conditions. Its size and maneuverability fit perfectly to pursue smaller, faster raiders and to hunt countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Coronis expanse. More than a few previous Von Valancius rogue traders admitted the stellar performance of this vessel, and with a few minor conversions, flagships served them faithfully. Yes, we got, it's Alpha, there's typos, we got Void Hip, and we also have Expanse with a C. Have I played the other Alcat games? No, I have not. This game looks exactly what I wanted so far. Hello, Little Lodge. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, where am I? We're at the bridge. Why don't we go talk to some people? Greetings, Lord Captain. I'm kind of blocking the dialogue thing. A thin, pale woman stands head and shoulders above the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. You can see the grate of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Remind me who you are! I don't even know you! What are the Voxmaster's duties? I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns the crew is harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in the local networks after their shifts, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I'll satisfy your curiosity. Who are you? Why are you in my ship? Okay, Fellowship 20, connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Chat, let's give a speech. I'm not gonna ask my companion why they look so strange, but I will ask if the Vox spirits have brought anything interesting lately. There is unrest on the lower decks, Lord Captain. The guards are actively looking for rabble-rousers and heretics, but the population is extremely unhappy with the harsh treatment. Many are cursing Abelard, whose signature marks the orders and in whose name the oppression is committed. You may be interested to know that a group of officers was discussing a grim rumor over lunch. Word has it the apparition of Lord Captain Theodora has been sighted on board lately. Yes, you heard that right. They say she is haunting the decks, dragging wayward crew members off into oblivion. Disquiet has spread throughout the ship, as the anomaly has been reported in different sections, sometimes entire kilometers apart. The Voxmaster leans closer to you. Master Heinrich von Kalax expressed interest in our communication station and Vox networks a short while ago. The interrogator appears to be very well versed in matters of sacred technology, and it worries me. A man of his knowledge and in his line of work is capable of discreetly planting his own devices in our systems. We must be vigilant, Lord Captain, but you should try to be more careful as well. This dude's a huge gossip. She is the perfect companion to have as a right hand. I want her listening to every crew member and tell me when there's going to be a mutiny so I can execute the heretics before they have a chance to commit heresy. Also, welcome. Sorry if I missed your subs. Kryden, people arriving for 32 months. Howdy, Kryden. Starblade says, I came to pay my protection money. We will protect you and your channel points for the next 30 days. Thank you, Starblade, for the sub. And Craspu says, for the Emperor. Welcome back, Craspu. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of the crew. Fellowship check succeeded. The Vox Master nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. That'll be all for now.
Happy to be of service, Lord Captain.
Chad, I am an excellent... I roll very high speech, okay? I have incredible... Actually, what are my stats? My speech would just be... My fellowship's only 30. That's just a base level. My persuasiveness isn't that high. But I have much higher melee. I have good strength. Muscle and physical power. Lift heavy objects and punch harder. Big toughness. Shrug off injuries and resist toxins. We also have good perception. Pick out a stray bolter shell casing left amidst an underhive morass. Or tell when someone is being deceitful. That's a good skill to have. And big willpower. High willpower allows a character to exert control over a crowd of near-rioting hab workers or interrogate a captured heretic. It's often used when wielding and resisting psychic powers. We're not good at guns, quickness, reflexes, and poise, or footing on treacherous terrain, or move rate. We're also not too smart. This is why we have to surround ourselves with more intelligent people. Those are the stats of a rogue trader I would follow. Hell yeah. We have high stats. Our highest stats, period, in skills are athleticism, leaping, scaling walls, and swimming. Hyper aware. Subconscious ability to react to things that the conscious mind may not perceive. Notices ambushes, traps, or cleverly hidden objects, or slight changes in the environment. We're good at carousing. Resist the negative effects of substances. Expands knowledge on these topics. What? I don't know what that means. Decent coercion as well. Manipulate other people through intimidation. He rolled an orc. Special abilities are charge. We'll look at all these abilities once we get into our first battle. I just wanted to see what my stats were like. Okay, let's find my character and meet the crew. Heinrichs looks at you intently, his head tilted. Hello, Heinrichs. I know nothing about you, Heinrichs. Tell me about yourself. Heinrichs' face is momentarily split by a sarcastic grin. I'm usually the one interested in the past of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world. Guisson 3. I belonged to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained and began my service for the glory of the Imperium. Tell me about the ship. This is a dreadful Imperial void ship that transports psychers given up by numerous worlds as part of their tithe to the Imperium. Heinrichs is silent for so long, you begin to think that an answer will not be forthcoming. Picture a vast prison ship filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who've just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human. or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Whenever one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day. You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training? No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne, the primary combat force and first line of defense of the Imperium, also known as the Imperial Guard. The Golden Throne is an arcane cybernetic artifact that possesses the ability to greatly amplify psychic powers of the God Emperor. Heinrich stops, clearly not intending to elaborate further. Let's talk about something else. What can you do as a psyker? The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of sanctic demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes, I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative. I want you to leave my retinue and my ship. Get out! How long have you served the Inquisition? Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. Heinrich shrugs. How many real years it's been? It's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover much more or much less time has passed in real space. For someone who's been in the service for decades, you look young? What duties have you carried out for the Inquisitor? The interrogator meets your gaze and smiles, but thanks to the expression in his ice-cold eyes, the effect is rather unnerving. You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you? Chad, did I ask a no-no question? He'll never tell. No, he's just a fuckwad. You're in charge here. Is the Inquisitor... okay, Rogue Trader versus Inquisitor ranking structure. Explain. Like, does he owe his allegiance more to the Inquisitor than to me, so he can't tell me? Kinda hard to compare. You asked him what he's doing at his CIA job. Fair enough. Fair enough. For someone who's been in the service for decades, you certainly look young. The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. Heinrich smiles crookedly. I have endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today. All right. You're not the Inquisitor's only acolyte then, correct? Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people, the best of the best, experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally, others I've never met. His gaze becomes pensive and he seems to look through you to something beyond. But to be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other followers of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis Expanse, I've been working alone. If you're an interrogator, does that mean you hold a special position? We are not a retinue, Rogue Trader. We are followers. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks, requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne. An arcane cybernetic artifact that possesses the ability to greatly amplify the God Emperor's powers. Okay. Tell me about the Cult of the Final Dawn. The cult's ordinary members are humans who've been corrupted by the Archenemy. The Archenemy is a malign metaphysical force comprised of psychic energy that exists in an alternate dimension. Doesn't really narrow it down. Traitors to the Imperium and accomplices of chaos. Participation in the cult's rituals always entails brainwashing, literally and figuratively. The longer cult members spend among other cultists, the less critically they think and the more closely they resemble obedient livestock, stripped of their fear and instinct for self-preservation. The worst of them go to their deaths without an inkling of doubt, ready to take hundreds and thousands of souls with them. As for those at the top of the cult's hierarchy, we've not yet managed to get a lead on all the cult's leaders. I imagine that some of them are hiding in the depth of the Coronis expanse, but those who are orchestrating the fanatics on nearby worlds are hiding very well indeed, or receiving protection from above. You seem to have been investigating this cult for some time. We discovered the first traces of it as soon as we arrived in the Coronis expanse. Since then, the more we learn, the better we see just how far the roots of this blight extend. Destroying individual cells is pointless. We must cut this beast off at the head. Alright, let's go. I want to meet my other parties. I think Abelard is one. That's the guy that they said has been issuing decrees and orders down below that have been causing some issues. Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he is inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. Lord Captain. I'd like to know more about my seneschal. As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know? Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal? I used to be an officer in the Novice Imperialists, Abelard replies proudly. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was happy to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and my mind, I am still an Imperial officer. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcements to the rogue trader's army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise, then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue trader's personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once a true leader and formidable creative force, one who had built a trade empire amidst the dangers and wildness of the Coronis. Yo, you got the alpha? I dig it, the alpha! Awesome, Pika! What are you guys talking about? Are we having nerd debates in chat? Are we having nerd lord debates in chat about who's better? Who's stronger? Naturally. Yes, the Seneschal's like a household administrator, yeah. Let's see. The way you talk about Theodora... No, I'm not gonna say that. Why were you permitted to quit your post? You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Abelard chuckles. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy, contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world, and which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining. Coercion check succeeded. Abelard seems to crack slightly under your intense gaze. The Novice Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists.
On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation, or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank. Thank you. No more questions. I will not ask about his family. We're too tough here. What is your advice, Seneschal? You must become a true rogue trader and reassert control over the Von Valencia's trade empire as quick as possible. Everything, from this ship to the most distant of your planets, must work together as parts of a single machine blessed by the finest tech priests. Your position is far from enviable, but that means you must be vigilant. Even the smallest oversight could grow into a huge problem. So be vigilant and exacting toward yourself and others. Until next time, Seneschal. Lord Captain! In dialogue. Okay, I think there's only like a couple more. We need to poke this to leave, but I want to meet my crew. I want to get into this. This is an RPG. If I'm not RPing, then why am I playing a CRPG? I need to know who's my who should I be looking out for and who's gonna be my bros. I think Argenta's up here. Yeah, Argenta's here. Who's Jonrus? Who dis? High Factotum. I love this portrait. With the keys and the monocle. High Factotum Jonrus Danrock. A corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, which is not easy for him. A servo skull is whirring over his shoulder. The fingers of his augmented hand are drumming over a pile of papers, and through the lenses of the magnifying implant gleams an attentive gaze. Greetings, your lordship. Jonrus Danrock at your service. That's his voice, by the way. Remind me what you're doing on my ship. My duty as the High Factotum involves anything that may enrich you and your trade empire. I make sure suppliers deliver the goods on time, that partners do not shirk their promises, and that servants remember the Emperor's grace can only be earned through the toil for the good of Von Valencia's dynasty. I also arrange less than thorough inspections of our hold by the port customs officers and find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. I want to know more about the people who are buying our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? We are commonly dealing with the followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbala Commission, or may the Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What is this Fellowship of the Void? Jonrus emits a laugh-like gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are just a bunch of pirates who keep squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies or can take uncomfortable cargo off your hands without asking questions. Of course, there's always a risk these scoundrels change their mind and attempt to board you instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amasicus... excuse me, Lord Rogue Trader. The Adeptus Amasicus. I've never said that word out loud. On footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. Amasecus. Okay, Amasescus. Tell me of the Explorators. Members of the exploratory cognizance fleet that have been roaming the Corona's expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on the inhabited world seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics,
and craving after Xeno artifacts, truth be told. Allegedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 is doing business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found on the docks. What do the followers of St. Drusus get from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a living saint. And then finally, the Casbalica mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that took root in the Calixis sector. You can do business with them as long as you take necessary precautions. They are led by Vladaim Takara, who recently appointed himself the Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you feel like talking to Vladaim, look for him in the Liege's palace. Why are we giving our spoils to these people? To profit from them, of course! Most of the things you will find during expeditions for someone such as yourself are complete junk, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially if they were bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casbalica dealers and explorators, no one will turn down our help in these dark and trying times. And there may be a time when we are the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have willing allies to provide it. Okay, I will come back later. Who dis? Argenta. Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. She greets you with a stern, slightly mistrustful look. Rogue trader, you have business with me? I was hoping to have some time alone to pray. Tell me about yourself. About me? She looks surprised. I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me? How did you end up on Theodora's ship? Argenta's expression darkens visibly. I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet, but I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story's complicated. It just so happens that She stopped short. I made a mistake. I had been ambushed by the accursed worshippers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my rescue. I was offered assistance and nursed back to health. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There isn't a place where we can be safe from their machinations. You mentioned a mistake. It happens even to the best of us, Argenta says heatedly. Then she frowns and lowers her head for a moment. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I will find a way to atone. What happened to the people who wounded you? Sadly, Theodora's men did not eliminate them. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to her ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. Oh, how I hope to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday. Okay. I'll come back to this. Tell me about the Adepta Sororitas. Gladly. We serve the Emperor and humanity since time immemorial. We fight evil by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. Argenta interrupts herself and snorts. I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am, talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. You read the lore book, right? You read the lore book, right? So what exactly are you interested in hearing about? The religious body of the Imperium, also known as the Ecclesiarchy, that venerates and promotes the worship of the Emperor of Mankind as the only true God. Rogue Trader game? Yes, why do witches burn? We got a Rogue Trader RPG from the Alcat, the devs of Pathfinder. And it's an alpha right now. It won't be out for a good while, but we're getting a little preview. It's a lot of content for an alpha. Okay. They say Adepta Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are fire lit by the Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanse of the universe. We bring his light to the faithful and his wrath to heretics, villains, and other enemies of humanity. We can heal, inspire, edify, but first and foremost, we protect the faithful from the unholy and the unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often with a bolter.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of Imperium to the hands of the faithful.
Lore Imperium succeeded. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
After a short pause, Argenta adds with somewhat arrogant haste,
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of imperial relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
okay. We might ask more later. Who are we missing? Oh, I remember there was one person. There was one person, like, down that I wanted to talk to. What is this? Leave the bridge. Got bridge guards. I got my seat with steering wheel. I love the wheel. There's someone down here, I think. Where are they? Chad, am I crazy? There's a servitor. Wait, how far can you zoom out? We're like outside the walls of the ship. That is an important looking seat, I agree. Bridge Technomat. All is well on the bridge, Lord Captain. Okay, fantastic. Maybe they were just down here. I swear, maybe I'm crazy. There's other levels down there too, but I don't know if you can go all the way down there. Okay, we can check the map now. Shortly. There was one more named character that I wanted to talk to. But now I cannot seem to find them. It was like Cassie something. You could hold Z to highlight NPCs. Yeah, that's not a thing yet. Well, there might not be any NPCs over there. Let's see. There might be something. Highlight is tab. Ah, tab. There we go. hell did they go? Okay, I don't see them anymore. They might have actually just walked to a different section of the ship. That might be a thing that you can do. Let's just try going this way. Well, this looks awesome. Is this our quarters? I love the lighting in here. There's fog of war in Alcat games usually? That makes sense. I'm just exploring. Lots of good detail. Very pretty environments. But yeah, I can see the fog of war now. Cool fountain. Chat, will the water help me stay cool by chance if it gets too hot in here? Regain strength and heal your wounds. I don't think we need to do that, but it's good to know that that is a feature that exists. All right, let's head back. By the way, thank you Retrograde for 65 months, who says, who are we trading with? Okay, so this is actually just to give you guys an idea of the scale of this game. Once we get out, we're going to Footfall first, and that's sort of our starting area. But once we leave Footfall, we'll be able to navigate via a global map and scan different areas. There's also a star map and an exploration system. Where we will have to scan various planets. There's also some sort of colonization system where you'll have to find spots for colonies, and various planets can produce resources which you'll need to mine, and you'll be able to launch projects towards the colonies, and they have, at this point in the game, 3 stages of developments. You get rewards for developing them and controlling your colonies. There's also some sort of like ship combat system in the game. We're going to get into the ground combat shortly. It seems like a very ambitious project, given that even the alpha right now is 20 to 50 hours. Alcat games get big. Wrath of the Righteous had a whole army management mechanic. Okay, so if we might have fog of war, let's... Oh yeah, there are people back here. I'm just a dum-dum. Here's Pascal. Pascal, shrouded in his crimson robe, greets you with a soft voice, synthesized by the Vox system. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all, rogue trader. The mechadendrites growing out of the tech priest's back swivel in your direction as if examining you with curiosity. I have some questions about your visit to Rykad Minoris. Pascal casts a questioning look at one of the mechadendrites and then replies, The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information. Give him a cooler voice? It said that it has a soft voice. That is a soft voice. What brought you to Rykad Minoris? I came heeding the call of my mentor, the blessed Archmagos Armanat. Put paper over your microphone. Softer, I can still hear it.
We were supposed to meet on Rykad Minoris and discuss my mission.
How's that? Actually nailed it. Okay, see, it just needed a modifier. The people who wanted to kill you at the port weren't renegades. It was just a cover. Wait. Which port? I have no idea what questions we are asking Pascal about. I don't know any. We've never mentioned any of these people. Oh, chapter 1 port. Okay, we're just not going to bother with that because I didn't see the the prologue is skipped for the alpha. Tell me more about your past. Behind the tech priest's shoulders, the mechadendrites spread out like wings, giving an openness to his posture. Pascal scrutinizes them for a moment and then says carefully,
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the Brotherhood of Explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse over 200 years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
How did you end up in the Coronis Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. When the Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis Expanse, I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Boost the gain on your mic. Boost the gain on your sound system. I did. Your 8-year-old iPhone doesn't count as a sound system. Damn, how did he know? Okay. Chow, I forgot what I was reading. Oh, the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests who conduct a never-ending search for unrecorded phenomena, forgotten Archotech hordes, and unknown life forms. Tell me of the Explorators. I do have an 8-year-old iPhone, though, laughing my ass off. That's what I thought.
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The Cult Mechanicus sends us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the Code who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge.
I'm using studio monitors. Your studio sounds like a piece of shit. If you max boost it and you still can't hear me. Okay, remind me never to record anything in your studio.
Explorators are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our brothers. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
I'm satisfied. I know a bit about the Adeptus Mechanicus because I played the Mechanicus game. Do you want to listen to my EP? No, I would rather take a CD from someone passing them out on the Strip of Las Vegas and put it into my computer and download the virus, then listen to your EP. Street computer virus. I'm unfollowing. Okay. I just read your chat history and I decided I'm okay with that. Protect yourselves, chat. There's blood everywhere. Oh, I'm just joking. This chatter doesn't have an EP, okay? Master Helmsman Ravor. Master Helmsman Ravor. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins are snaking under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped fair hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under the uniform. The officer's face seems to be scrunched in perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he welcomes you with a respectful nod.
Lord Captain, Chief Helmsman Ravor at your service.
He definitely talks like that. Remind me, who are you?
I am the Chief Helmsman, Lord Captain. I stand at the steering wheel of the barge, your vessel, and bark commands at the idiots who tend to the vital systems. In layman terms, I am the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disruptive gravitational wave when we're traversing the void.
Are you controlling the ship in real space? Who are these idiots you are in charge of? Okay.
There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the Inagarium, voidsmen from the auger decks, loiterers on the bridge.
Oh, Enginarium. I thought it was like Enigma.
I would have every last one of them flogged. Everyone needs being told what to do. Everyone needs to be disciplined before the ship can go anywhere. Or before it goes nowhere, which is much worse. Idiots everywhere.
I assume you talk to Navigator as part of your job. He stares at you before blurting out,
Damn it, Lord Captain. To be perfectly blunt, I cannot stop thinking, where did you find this squirt? It's not like I've met many navigators, but this Orcelio girl, I don't feel safe with this little princess pulling a void ship through the warp. Though she's been handling it well, so I guess she delivers.
working up, but wanted to say hi.
Hello there, Simcopter. You're a character now. You're in one.
You're a Voidborn, are you not?
That I am. Born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of the Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15. Then my entire kin were butchered in a mutiny by the lower hold scum. They spared the youngins. Of course they did. Children with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. I wouldn't have it that way, though, so I fled into the rafters and spent months stalking them, one after the other. You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I am Voidborn.
Finish your story, Ravor.
There isn't much to tell. I gutted everyone I could reach and fled upwards to the middle decks. That's where auger operators took me under their wing. They have foster helmsmen of their own, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, studied, became smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Dan Rock spotted me and lured me away, cheeky bugger.
Okay. I have to go. Thank you for your service. Alright, chat, we can learn more about these people on the go. I'm ready to do a mission. Where be the quest log? Okay, it will take time to heal the injuries on the ship. Do I need to, like... I thought I was supposed to click on the map. Am I not? Oh, there's a log here. Is this going to be the combat log too? Yeah, this is going to be the combat log. Right now it's under everything. By the way, get wrecked, fam. Has he done combat yet? Nope. I've just been luring it up, to be honest. If I cared more about combat than, like, RP in my RPG, I would play Divinity. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. I mean, there's only 2 more people. I'm just gonna talk to them. Or Midnight Suns. Midnight Suns has a lot less combat than you think. It was actually more lore and story. The tall middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her gaze vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Adira, tell me, what are your abilities? With noticeable effort, Adira focuses her gaze on you and lets a nervous laugh. What are you talking about, Lord Captain? You're a psyker. Imperial psykers are typically granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra? She says nothing for a few seconds and then rolls her eyes. Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about this seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship, and my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have. Adira bares her teeth in a savage grin, a febrile gleam in her eye. Things are strained between you and Argenta, is that right? The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices, ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. Adira falls silent and then in a different voice adds, the silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head. What's it like being a psyker? She tilts her head to one side as though listening closely to something. Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a blind person about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye, another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, there's a door in my head, one that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely, but I usually just try not to notice. Chad, this is like being a psyker is like being a streamer. There's a door that's open just a crack. There's a lot of whispers and voices, and you have to choose when you want to listen to them or not, or just ignore them. Most of the time it's right to just ignore them. Can you see my future? What would happen if your door burst open? She chuckles, but there's a shrill, strained quality to her laughter. Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them, they're not coming through. Trust me, I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight. All right, let's talk about something else. Where did you come from? Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that, the very best. How did you end up here? Theodora von Valencias paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyways. She squints as though peering at something far away. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead, too. And I gawped at her. All of a sudden I heard a whisper, a hint, a suggestion, nothing more, but I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the guards dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder, it wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life, and so I entered the service of the von Valencias dynasty. Have you ever been off the ship? Possibly. You banned me for an hour for sending a link. Did you know that ban evasion is illegal on Twitch, and you can just get your account totally deleted? But yeah, just get the fuck out. I don't ever want to have to talk to you again. And I'll do you the favor of not reporting you to Twitch so that the rest of your normal account doesn't get banned from all the other channels that you watch. You're welcome. Classic Commissar moment. Okay. Let's talk about something else. But yes, chat, to answer the question, I will absolutely time out anybody who is just randomly self-promoting their SoundCloud or whatever the fuck. This isn't the billboard, it's a chat room. And the only ad will be in the title when it says hashtag ad. So, if you get a 1 hour timeout for that and then make an alt account to bitch about it, just leave and don't come back. There's a reason why non-subs cannot post links. That is one of them, but not the main one. Alright, see, now we have the Coronis Expanse map button. Sometimes not even subs. By the way, is this ad early access or is the alpha playable for us normals? This is a code from the devs. For an early preview. And there is much left to be done developmentally in this game before it comes out. So I think they only want it to be content created right now, and I don't know what their plans are for giving other people access. It might just be a wait until launch thing. Okay, and they also mentioned that eventually you'll be able to move around this map page, but in alpha we can't move on the map page yet, so we're just gonna look at what they show us. So there's Footfall, that's where we're going. There's our little sheep moving on the map, scooching on over. And Dock Alpha Row. We'll start there. This looks like a big place. Group Manager. Is this, okay. Is this the drop pod? Or, that's putting people back on the ship, I think. If I'm not mistaken. So we're coming in with a party of 6. If I'm reading this right. Sister Argenta is one of the blessed Adepta Sororitas, sometimes colloquially referred to as the Daughters of the Emperor. Furious in both battle and prayer, I can't read that fast. No lore with a solid state drive. The welcome procession is not particularly long, but it does attract attention. Everyone is dressed in their finest apparel, every button gleaming. Standing in front of the others is a woman with clearly expensive implants. She bows in a solemn curtsy. Rogue Trader, Footfall welcomes you. On behalf of the Liege, Lord Vladaim Takara, allow me to express my joy at your arrival. The Liege awaits you at his residence, but should you have other business to conduct on the station, I will be happy to serve as your guide. Cassia's lip curls slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. Adira jerks her head, shakes it, and hisses through her teeth. Someone's coming, and they're coming for us. Watch out, Lord Captain. Abelard sighs and casually places his hand on his weapon. Address Adira. Who's coming? What's the situation on Footfall? I'm ready to pay the Liege a visit. I'd like to have a look around the station first. Who's coming, Adira? Judging by the voices, there's a lot of them. Angry. They've got teeth, but they aren't that sharp. Their strength is their numbers. Pray, what are you talking about? What could you mean by such a cryptic pronoun? She doesn't get to say the rest. Oh my god! They're here! Fucking the Footfall suckers, they just assassinated the crowd!
And bow before me. Show them no mercy.
Oh! Initiative! How does it work? Did they just get shotgunned? I think the bad guys are here, chat. They've arrived. They killed the clappers. Okay, before we do anything in this game, I want to read, there's a section in the guide about combat, okay, with some important things that I want to read. So we have a movement point system, which is shown in green, that's this bar, okay, and action points in yellow. So action points, we have 4, movement points 11 in this case. Diagonal movement points costs alternate in a character's turn between 1 and 2. So basically, if you move 1 space diagonal, it's 1 movement point, but then the second movement space would be 2 movement points, then 1 movement point, then 2 movement points for diagonal movement. Action points are for abilities and actions. No, normally only one attack of any kind is allowed per turn, and will spend all remaining MP unless stated otherwise. Okay, so one combat per turn. Projectiles can miss, hitting objects nearby or behind the target, including friendly fire. When shooting in volleys, tiles highlighted in red show the trajectory of the shots. Enemies can hit each other too. AoE attacks like grenades or flamers always hit selected tiles but have a chance to do less damage. With luck, you can fully dodge an attack on a successful dodge roll. Dodging AoE will make your character literally step out of the affected tile. Hold on, I can't read chat. Okay, I can see chat now. Where was I? I was right here. All attacks and shots have friendly fire and may pierce targets. Be careful. Ground combat uses cover systems. When you hide behind cover, shots have a chance to hit the cover instead, sometimes destroying it. There's partial and full cover. When shooting from behind cover, they will step out, shoot, and go back. Ground combat uses a momentum system. You can see your party's momentum above their abilities. You gain momentum when you successfully hurt or kill enemies, and lose it when you spend it on actions or when your characters get damaged or fall unconscious. Each character has 2 types of special ultimate abilities, usable once per combat. One when momentum is really low, and one when momentum is really high. Desperate Measures versus Heroic Acts. Both are very powerful. Although Desperate Measures usually have a drawback. Enemies have their own momentum as well. You can only attack with melee weapons or pistols if the enemy is standing in the tile next to you. Note that trying to get away from an enemy provokes an attack of opportunity. Psykers are powerful casters that can use the warp. Every further use of psychic power increases the chances of the perils of warp to trigger, resulting in random negative effects. You can see the status of veil thickness, representing the chance to breach the veil between real space and warp space over the attack icons. Keeping buffs active requires Psyker action points. So if the Psyker is maintaining many buffs, they may begin their turns with only a few action points. It is much easier to hit a target in optimal range, currently set to be half of a weapon's max range. Okay. Switching weapons does not require movement or action points, but you can only parry or make attacks of opportunity with a melee weapon active. Characters heal up after the battle automatically. In the future, there will be a trauma system that will reduce a character's stats until properly rested. If you get damaged outside of combat, it can be healed with an ability called Medicae. Some attacks may push targets. Characters get a bonus in melee if multiple characters are near the same target. You need more allies for large targets. Okay, there we go. I just needed that brief. Hello chat, I'm on mobile. Can someone tell me the uptime? 2 hours and 12 minutes. So, we've got... whoever's character is... It's currently this dude's turn. So, we don't choose... The initiative system chooses who gets to go in what orders. Let's see what we've got. We've got some nades. I've currently got the chainsword, so I probably want to get into melee. I've got a 14 to 18 damage strike that has 2 penetration. Spend all movement points. Spend the ability to use an attack. Okay. The second one is slash, which I think hits a longer range, multiple enemies at once. Then we have pistol burst. Effective distance, central line, slight deviation. What does that diagonal mean? Does this... Oh, this is like a burst. So if I do this, we're gonna get close to killing like 3 guys simultaneously. That's pretty sick. But is that... The chance to hit is only 26% with this, I think? From this range. And then my last ability, besides pistol burst, is reload. 3 action points, 2 action points, 2 action points, 1 action point. All right, on the right side, we got some other abilities. Move in a straight line and strike the target that interrupts the fighter's path with a basic melee attack. This does not count towards the limit of the fighter's attacks per turn. So we can do charge for free. It does spend our movement points, though. We have a taunt. After killing an enemy or dealing righteous fury with a melee attack, scream to become their target. Desperate rush is reach the target at any cost, gains plus 20 plus 2 times your agility bonus to movement points. It'd be nice to... I have no idea how many that is. Restore all action points. Removes all cooldowns from weapon abilities. This turns any opportunity or Overwatch attacks to a negative 75% penalty to hit against you. This turn, the fighter has no limit of melee weapon attacks, so you can just do unlimited attacks. That's the desperate measure, so it's super powerful, but has some drawbacks. Instantly heal out of combat. Heroic Act. This is the one that you need momentum for. So these are your ultimates. Forceful Strike is a knockback. It's a knockback buff. The fighter's next melee attack has a chance to knock the enemy down. Okay. I gotta learn all my character's moves. I say we start with a charge. Charges in a straight line and strikes a target that interrupts your path. So this guy's actually just a bit too far out of this. And they've got cover back here. I do kind of just need to go in, I think. Here's the thing. I guess I can move first, right? So let's say we move first, then charge.
Absolutely not. I don't have time for this.
I don't have time for this. Maybe I'll just strike this person instead then.
Not a problem for me.
Okay. And I want to do the slash that hits people in a line, I think. Am I reading this correctly? All creatures within a 0-cell radius centered on the target. Oh, it's a wide slashing strike, not in a line. Okay, I see. My mistake. Yeah, let's just do a regular strike. That's a lot of blood. All right, momentum's going up. I don't have any more movement points. I can also... Well, how many turn cooldown is this? This is a deflection 2 to try to like survive a little bit longer. Because I already took some damage and I'm just kind of out here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use endure and see what happens. All right, in turn, I think. How in turn? Boop. It'd be funny if I lost in the first battle, huh? Hey, deflect is already coming in handy.
I will endure.
Look at that dodge. Jumping behind cover. There's so many dudes! Okay, what the hell can Argenta do? The soundtrack does have some Mechanicus inspiration, it sounds like. I could hear it like ding, 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 ding. All right, we have a gun. We are using a bolter. We have a single shot and burst fire bolter. Spends the ability to use attack abilities on current turn. Okay, so the burst fire is first creature for every shot within 24 cell cone, 9 to 13 damage, 4 pin, but it hits multiple people. With potential for armor pin. Friendly fire is a thing in this game. All right, what are my specials? War Hymn, 2 action points, restores momentum equal to the Battle Sister's doubled WP bonus. WP. Chad, what is my WP bonus? It's actually not in the guide. I was thinking more points. What's up, Nomak? This game seems right up your alley. Willpower, yeah, willpower bonus. Okay. And this is momentum right now. Gain 1 action point and remove the cooldown from dash. They also gain 1 level of fatigue until the end of combat. Shot on the run. Bonus move points. Their next attack costs 1 action point less, has 30% reduced hit chance, and does not end the attacks that you can deal on the turn. Okay, I think we should do that. But the final ability is Dash. Costs 1 action point. Dash in a selected direction, spending all movement points. Does not provoke attacks of opportunities. This gets you out of range. All right, I say we try to line up just a god tier. I unfortunately am limited on where I can go. And I don't know what the bolter's effective range is. It's 12. So we want to be, for the maximum value, we want to be 6 cells away, if possible. So I'm debating between going for these nerds and going for the nerds on the left. I think I'm gonna go for this squad. So I'm gonna run around this side. Then I'm gonna use shot on the run. My next attack is 1 action point less. Has lower hit chance, but doesn't count towards the limit of my attacks. We get a few move points back. So I'm actually gonna hop into cover. And then my next attack should be good, like free. I don't know if I can use burst fire twice. I guess I should be able to. It'll just have lower hit chance. We're gonna try and hit like 3 dudes simultaneously here. Whoa, who's that? The leader's back there, and I missed these nerds so bad. The bullet kept going and hit the leader and almost insta-killed them. Well, that's fantastic. I'm just gonna do that twice.
Doubt is for the weak.
Those are some meaty shots. Okay, I think that's a good turn. The bolter seems pretty sick. Okay, Pascal. This is my Adeptus Mechanicus. Our momentum is almost enough to do a heroic, actually. They have melee strike. We're using an Omniscient Axe, and we have a plasma gun. So these are the axe abilities, and these are the gun abilities. Okay, this is a single target. This is a bleed that also has a sweeping attack. Yeah, it's a sweeping attack, I think. And then we have a single plasma shot, 11 to 15 damage. An overcharge AoE. Powerful AoE that overheats for 2 turns. And then extra damage. Deals plus 75% damage, yet overheats plasma weapon for 2 turns. Spends all move points. Chad, does this... What's the difference in these two? They both seem like they do 2 turns of overheat. Is it an additional 2 turns? The AoE is pretty juicy. Oh, the overcharge is single target. The 75% one's over... yeah. Okay. So I want to see their abilities. Machine Spirit Communication. The Tech Priest appeals to the machine spirits of all the weapons in the area. Ally weapons get recoil reduction by half for my intelligence bonus and decreases the dodge chance of targets by twice your intelligence bonus. Enemy weapons, the recoil instead increases for the opponents. It increases the dodge chance of weapons targets. So they like hack into weapons and make their weapons worse and mine better. We have Precision Strike. Talk to gun skill. Ask the guns to go nice, to work nicely, yes. The adept makes a single shot or melee attack against the studied enemy. This attack gets bonuses based on your intelligence to Righteous Fury chance and ignores the intelligence bonus of the enemy's deflection. Study defenses. Try to find weaknesses on the studied enemy. So I have to study the enemy first, maybe? And this one is ignore their dodge and parry. Wait. That's study defenses. This is study enemies. Cost 3 AP. Carefully studying a group of enemies, the adept learns their weak points. Increases the incoming damage of the first attack in the turn against a studied enemy. Target weaknesses. For 1 turn, all allies gain half the benefits of your study enemy's ability. So this is like super buffs. Precision Strike second weapon. And then medicine. Okay, we need to get some cover here first, I think. Because I feel like you're gonna be squishy. And then if I study enemies, I can still use a plasma shot after that. Just a regular one. So if we study enemies, we can do so in a fairly large area, but we can't quite hit everybody. That's technically more enemies. It doesn't quite get everybody. Alright, let's give him a scan. And then I can do 1 shot at least. Missed? How can you miss? Good dodge. This is me. All right, Cassia. What do you do, Cassia? Cassia has a marksman rifle. Sniper, maybe? With a single 12 to 15 damage shot, 30 cell range. Reload, where? Oh, we got ammo here. Okay, so there is an ammo reload. Special abilities include Lidless Stare. The navigator opens their third eye. Anyone gazing into its depths witnesses the power, mind-breaking unreality of the warp. All creatures in a cone suffer damage equal to your willpower bonus. On a failed willpower test, they also become stunned for a turn and incoming damage doubles, spins all movement points, and the ability to attack. Move, move, move. Target ally gets additional move points. Get back in the fight. Encourage a target ally to immediately recover from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stun. Just stop bleeding! Voice of command. Force an ally to make every effort increasing their characteristics for 1 turn. Additionally, all leader abilities can be applied on the target of voice of command from any distance. Bring it down. Immediately get an ally a bonus turn with no movement points and action points equal to your fell bonus. I don't know what a fell bonus is. Fellowship. Fellowship bonus. I'm hoping that in the future, they just put a little parenthesis that tells you what that is. These are all rules for the tabletop game. Yeah, it seems that way. But I'm hoping that in the after post alpha, there's like a little calculator that just tells you how much that is. I guess it does. It says 6. Momentum gain 6. And then action point gain 1. It's nice to see the game running this system. I had a lot of fun playing this tabletop. And so far, it seems pretty chunky, like chunky, the good kind of chunky. Like all the attacks have a good amount of weight. There are just a lot of enemies on screen. The leader grants an additional turn to all allies within 2 cell radius from the chosen target. Huh. Is that... What's my heroic? My heroic is objective secured? The leader defines the area that needs to be captured in 1 turn. There's a lot of abilities because our people are already level 15 because we skipped the prologue. We didn't skip it, the alpha skips it, I should say. So we haven't really had time to get used to warming up to all these, per se. I think what I want to do is take cover. Just get everybody into some form of cover here. And we got Thug. This one's armored. I feel like just taking out one of the regular thugs is fine for now.
I am a navigator, not a
You
servitor.
missed! I put you into, I think, optimal range. But I was thinking about just doing go, go, go for 3 action points. Which I think is the additional turn to all allies. Oh, they're not close enough to me. I could only hit these 2. Target ally gains a bonus turn with no movement points. And it has to be really close. Have we used a Daira already? Alright, the second turn is Abelard and then a Daira. What is Cassia? I think a sniper. But I don't, oh, you mean like lore-wise? I don't know. Abelard and Adira haven't gone yet. I'm just gonna intern and hope for the best. Where the hell are all these guys coming from? This is a massive fight. Good dodges. Just stand there, look menacing. There's even more! I'm tanking. I used my like tank ability for a whole turn. And now I'm glad that I did. Okay, Idira, what do you do? You also have a sniper with a precise shot and a single shot. Precise is effective distance hit chance 85%. plus 50% bonus to weapon effective range. Oh, so precise shot's just extreme distance. Also, we have enough momentum for a heroic act, Lightning Arc. The Psyker pushes Lightning Arc power, increasing dealing damage and hitting more targets, mythically avoiding allies. Deals 10 plus 5 times your Psi rating in damage, chains up to 6 targets, ignores friendlies, spends all movement points and your ability to attack. All right, let's read your other abilities first. We also have Flash of Insight. The adept immediately grasps the nature of the studied target, applying... Okay, that was the other one. The studied targets. So what are your things? Lightning Arc. Unleash a blast of lightning. Chains up to 4 targets, dealing a bunch of damage. No pin. Spins all movement points and your attack. Foreboding. Peer into the future of an ally. See their outcomes. Increase your target's dodge and parry. This requires concentration. Concentration basically is diminishing your action points turn over turn. Study enemies again with a different character. Target weakness of an enemy. This is the heroic lightning. Bring the worst fates for your target. Reduce an enemy's dodge. Psychic shriek. Basically psychic damage. Study defense and precision strike. I feel like we should use the heroic ability and just stay put, basically. It says it will dodge all friendlies. So I'm not super concerned with that. We have 2 armored thugs over here. It'll kill all the regular thugs. I say we just bump them on this side.
The whispers must be appeased.
Oh, that did not do what I thought it was gonna do. I thought that was gonna go zap, 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 zap. That just kind of did it in an area around the person that I clicked on, which, that's my bad. Now I know that I wasted my heroic ability. I probably should have clicked here, knowing that. I thought that was gonna bounce around and hit like 6 people. Okay, duly noted. It was an AoE. Well, I only got 2 kills with my whole heroic. That's too bad. Abelard, what do you got? We got just a strike. What are you wielding? This is a power maul. Imagine getting exploded by warp power and they go, oops, wasted my power. Power swing. I'm assuming Abelard is tanky, but he's already taken some damage. He also has endurance. Okay, that's fair. He can also charge. Greater chance to knock down an enemy. I'm just gonna run right in the middle of these nerds. Use power swing. Oh, it also destroyed the cover. I can also scream to try and become a tank, like I can, or taunt, I should say. But I'm just gonna use endurance. Try to deflect some incoming attacks. We should have some nade, like a nade or something too. This leader needs to die. Excuse me. I like the combat so far. Just gotta figure out all these moves. Pistol does only like 6 to 8 damage. You pretty much want to use the strike whenever possible. We definitely want to use stuff that doesn't charge does lower our move points. And I can really only attack like once. I could just sprint all the way down here and try and kill this leader. I don't know if that's smart. There could be like more enemies back here, but that leader does 6 damage. Chat, I'm Newman. I have Endure. I'm going for it. I'm flying. I'm floating through space.
All too easy.
Oh no. They dodged. That's illegal.
Not my specialty. Absolutely not.
Bro. I used all my move points to get back here.
Already done.
Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to endure back here. I don't have any more attacks because I used my attack. Oof. Okay, I've learned my lesson about sprinting into danger. They got just friendly fire murdered that guy. Okay, don't worry, I am helping. Argenta can move up. This restores momentum. The soldier immediately gains an action point and removes the cooldown from dash. They also gain 1 level of fatigue. Burst fire was pretty cool, but it's too dangerous. Okay, both of these guys have already gone, I think. Or did they go next? I'm trying to interpret turn order over here. I'm having trouble figuring out which... Where are we on the turn order, chat? The gore and blood in this game is pretty well done. Brutal, but not overboard. Yeah, for sure. Because Rogue Trader already went. That was me. And right now, we're on Argenta. We haven't done Abelard or Adira yet. Maybe the leader is gonna go? There's only a 39% chance of hitting that shot. 70 and 66. I'll take the 66. Missed. Oh, that is too bad. Was I supposed to use shot on the run? What happens if you use shot on the run after shooting?
Faith without deeds
Do you get a
is
shot
worthless.
back or no? You do get a shot back. You missed 66% twice. I'm probably doing this inefficiently as well, so take everything I do with a huge grain of salt while I figure this out. It's hard coming into an RPG at level 15. We have a lot of abilities. If it's huge, it's no longer a grain. I mean, it could be, though. So last time we studied enemies. This time, we should study their defenses so we ignore their dodge. I want to study that guy. I feel like I'm not using the buffs well. I wanted to kill you as well. I can't see this one. Target weaknesses. So is Precision Strike a free... Nope, it is not free. Okay, so we either have a big precision shot, we have an AoE shot. Ooh, what if I drop an AoE here?
Request approved.
Even torture to fight like this!
Okay, so I got a kill on one. Did I just hit Abelard? Oh, that's my friend. Shit. I thought that was an enemy. That's okay. I've got some wait a second. You gotta come to me. Hold on. Betrayer! It was a misclick? It was a misclick? We have a lot of really cool abilities that I have no idea how to use efficiently. Don't worry, we're gonna heal you. We're gonna heal you, it's fine. Let's talk to the weapons of the machine spirits. Give our weapons buffs and their weapons debuffs.
High momentum.
Okay, Cassia can move up. What are your abilities again? Lidless Stare. All creatures in the cone suffer damage. That's going to be friendly fire. There's also a ton of people over here, though. Do we have any sick explosives? What's your special? This is just objective secured heroic. That's not the one that I'm looking for, is it? The leader defines an objective that needs to be captured. First successful attack of an ally within the area does not spend AP or trigger weapon cooldowns. If the area is secure from enemies before the leader's next turn, all allies that killed enemies will get an extra turn, while the zone itself will turn into a strong point for 5 rounds. I mean, that sounds cool. I'm just gonna give my Mechanicus person Pascal an extra turn. And then they only got 1 action point. Which is all they need to at least lower the quantity of enemies by 1. Alright, and you still have 2 AP. But I'm kind of exposed over here. I'm gonna try and hit these with like a psychic, not a psychic, I'm gonna open the void to them. They might get stunned. or just immediately crumble under the weight of the void being opened before them. Okay, the warp has a very strong effect, it seems. I'm still in danger over here a bit. Good dodge. Oof. Good dodge. I'm a gamer god. Alright. Idira has like the most abilities out of everybody. I want to like move up and just throw a nade. She's just got so many possible decisions to make that the easiest one is just shooty. Precise shot only has a 48% chance to hit, and we're cutting across our own person, and we might friendly fire them. I'm just gonna move out into the open, I think.
There is movement in the Imperium.
And then I want to throw a nade on this armored person back here.
But of course.
Blow up their cover. Almost killed them. For one turn, all allies gain half the benefits of your study enemies and study defense ability. I don't know if I've used that, though. Increase a target's dodge and parry. Okay, I do want to increase Abelard's dodge and parry for one turn because I accidentally almost killed him. We have room for another heroic that I just probably need to use. All right, Abelard can actually just run over here and murder this guy.
One fewer target.
Excellent. We can also taunt people by screaming at them. I think I'm just gonna endure. Fighter's deflection is higher. I don't know if this does what I think it does. They just deal less damage. It seems pretty straightforward. Superior Vigilance is good as a heroic act if we've already taunted people because all incoming damage is reduced. Requires a melee and I strike back when receiving attacks and guard allies in a radius of 3. Jumping in and striking enemies with a preemptive strike. So if we stick together, that's amazing. I can also dash all the way over here if I want. I don't have any more movement. I think I'm just gonna end, well, I might just dash towards these other nerds. Yeah, we'll go this way. Noom. Oh no, she's got a giant sword. And she's righteous chat, what is righteous fury? I should know what this phrase means. Let me look this up. What does righteous fury mean? I don't know, it's not in the guide. I'm assuming it's like a crit? A paladin spell. Yeah, I assume it's crit. I think we're gonna use Daring Breach here. It immediately restores all action points, removes cooldown, we get movement points. We have no limit to melee or weapon attacks, and melee deals additional damage. This should be perfect, because we should just be able to strike you down. We only have a 36% chance to hit, actually. Hold on. Is their dodge just amazing? We probably need to study them, and we got really lucky that we hit them the first time, I think. Maybe I just let somebody else focus on them. Good dash. So the thing about dash is... See, that's charge, not dash. I thought I was dashing. Dash has a bonus to not getting hit from attacks of opportunity. I just got really lucky. I also landed in a really awful place. Hold on.
I am fear incarnate.
I am fear incarnate.
My turn. Okay, so we have a sweeping attack, I think.
Nothing I can't do.
What the hell did I just do? Attacks multiple enemies at once. It says it's a wide slashing effect, but it only... Maybe did they dodge? Oh my god. Thank you. He parried it. Okay. You normally don't get to attack that many times in a single turn, so that's fine by me. And what I'm gonna do now is actually just run, take cover, because I don't want to be in the way of my other characters who are gonna be sniping at this person from afar. The Battle Sister can yell at enemies and restore a lot of momentum. All right, I'm gonna move up with Argenta. Just take a little 52% shot.
Yeah, the leader is dead.
What's her ability? Military Excellence. Restore all AP and remove cooldowns from your weapons. This turn, the first attack against each target is Righteous Fury, so crit. Gain extra attacks equal to the weapon's rate of fire without expending AP, as long as this is the cheapest attack allowed by the weapon. This ability is a Magic the Gathering card. Increases his hit chances by 20% until end of combat. If the weapon is capable of rapid fire, its recoil reduces by 25%. I don't really know how recoil affects us right now. So it changes depending on if you have a melee or a ranged weapon, basically. We're almost like out of here, I think. There's not that many people left. We got all the ones in the corner. The problem is this person's like hiding behind a box. So I think I'm just gonna intern. And then Pascal can
As the tactical imperative dictates.
do something, maybe? I don't know how to remove this cover barring a nade. What is this? Crack grenade. It's probably overkill. What if I can buff a friend or something to go back there? Yeah, because they're just not in my line of sight at all. I don't know if snipers are worse when you're in close proximity to them, but I'm gonna have Cassia run up next to them and just do a casual lidless stare.
If I may.
Uh-oh, what this? Did we kill them all? I think we did, chat. The shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Emperor, protect me. They killed. Every time I warn them and they go all, "Dear Emperor, our Lord and Savior, how could this have happened? Who could have thought?" Overkill is like the entire point in Warhammer. It kind of is, yes. I've never played the 40k TTRPG rules. This is an interesting rule set. Yeah, the rule set seems pretty good. I think that it'll be easier, Ballistic Bro, to follow along with the abilities when you're not starting as a level 15 character and you're adding the abilities yourself and choosing how to spec your team. I'm just jumping in with characters that already exist and have already been created and upgraded. So, there you go. A gang of puny thugs attacked me. The Emperor's anointed rogue trader Von Valancius. Such a poorly organized attempt on my life can only be seen as a personal affront. Fear not, young man, we took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were? Stop quivering, unwashed worm, and answer me who would dare to attempt such an outrageous attack? What was that? An attack right on the dock? Does this kind of thing happen often around here, or go and report this to the Liege? I'm not sure if we get to ask more questions, or if this is going to be sort of a whatever you pick is whatever you pick, and it's whatever you pick. I would think, like, take the indignant approach. Such a organized attempt on my life can only be seen as a personal affront. Or just fear not, young man. Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Alright, we took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were? Your lordship, those guys were Anvers.
They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Vladimir.
Glances around like he's expecting more bandits to appear. Does this kind of thing happen often around here?
Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often.
Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Go and report this to your liege.
Yes. I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll just go report to the liege.
They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Well, business handled, I guess. It seems like we have a pretty diverse power set as well, ranging from sort of melee tanks all the way up to concentration-focused buffers with the Mechanicus teammate. Oh my god, the loot here is ridiculous. Oh, big, giant compare. I guess I will take all of it. You get used to it. What, the giant loot panels? That is a massive list. One for each mechadendrite, basically, yeah.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, well that was a good start, combat-wise. There's Opticon 22. Someone mentioned this guy. The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. His gaunt face is a sickly gray hue, while his augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness.
Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Logos Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized representative structural part of the Cognizance Fleet and the Brotherhood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed, high-value visitors. Glory, success to House von Valancius. A binary aria begins to flow from the scratched vox attached to the tech priest's chests. Requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation, Logisticar Theta.
Pascal and Opticon 22 exchange glances in a short series of binary signals before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon 22's head bows noticeably lower than Pascal's. Make a trade deal. What is Theta? I seek the friendship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I have some questions, or I have to go. Do they really speak in zeros and ones the entire time? I want to make a trade deal. Oh, they're literally a vendor. Okay. Let's sort by type and ascending order. So is this all trash? Should we just empty our pockets of these things immediately? I would imagine. Do you drag it over? Control click, shift click. There's probably a faster way to do this. Like, I don't know, maybe some of this is actually good, but double click doesn't do anything either. I tried all the hotkeys, but it is an alpha. I should have my minions do this for me. I don't know, I'm gonna feel real silly if these are actually, like, good. But why would, like, thugs have better weapons and armor than a rogue trader at this stage? 0 RP. Did I just get a 0 in RP? Are you getting nothing for them? Maybe. It might just be actual trash. I also have no concept of itemization in this game. Whether we need more medkits. Mobile extractium. The small industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world, however inhospitable. The Surf clan assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the rogue trader. Alright, what if I just said cancel that? What is Logisticar Theta? Under contractual obligation in question 34.761, Terran cycles ago, the Explorator Cognizance fleet received from representatives, authorized units of the Von Valancius dynasty, a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tantalian void tankers on the planet Udif Project X, Santiel's Pride. Received it and then didn't pay. Compensate. Remunerate. Settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the Cognizance fleet can be made to Von Valancius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled. Archived. Confirm your status regarding acceptance of the payment reciprocal offering. You waited 30 years to pay up? Theodora worked with you. What payment can I expect? I am willing to accept the payment. No payment is needed. Consider the promethium my gift and a sign of my hope for collaboration in the future. This is definitely the diplomatic response. You waited 30 years to pay up? Execution of payment is in accordance with the specifications of the contractual obligation. Allocation of assets from the holdings of the Cognizance fleet was initiated when the tankers reached the main squadron. 14.905 Terran cycles after initial transaction. The asset allocation process concluded 2.663 Terran cycles later. Transportation of assets to the Furibundus system took 16.862 Terran cycles. Final delivery of assets of Footfall took 0.331 Terran cycles. Clever. If you'd been purchasing fuel for a squadron at the other end of the Imperium, you may never have had to pay at all. We would have turned to dust before you made it there and back. It's rogue trader, not rogue donor. True. Diplomacy bad. Hello, overtly esoteric. What's up? What payment can I expect? Universal Mobile Orbital Deployment Extractiums, Astra Aerotor Processing Complexes, in the quantity stipulated in the contractual obligation. Each unit has undergone a cycle of maintenance liturgies and has been assessed for conformance to the Sacred Standard template construct. Great creations of the Omnissiah, blessed be his beneficence, which has bestowed upon these complexes industrial might and a full cycle of reproduction and life support. Sounds like colony stuff. Alright, we are supposed to be traders. Your collaboration will be enforced. The request is accepted. The sacred machines will be loaded into the hold of your vessel. Contractual obligation, Logisticar Theta concluded. The Cognizance fleet thanks Unit Rogue Trader Von Valancius for his cooperation. 8 Mobile Extractium. I don't know what that is, but I have to go. Hopefully it's cool. There's a lot of body parts around here. Does anybody, like, clean that up typically? Or nah? What do we have up here? The Ragman. What did he say? Take this trash to wherever you found it. I won't accept it. Don't even ask. Wow. Rough. Engineers? No, we have engine seers. They see the future. This is a pretty big place. What is this? Are you guys okay? They're drinking! They're partying! They're just going ham! Mmm! The booze! Pour it directly down me gullet, into me veins. The walls of the container have rusted and its contents rotted. A situation not uncommon for shipments trying to pass through Imperial customs. We do have a map. Are there a bunch of thugs that I didn't loot? There are. Chat, some of their weapons are actually stronger than mine. I guess it depends on... Knuckle dusters. +5 bonus to coercion tests. Okay, we might actually need to look at our equipment, yeah?
Unexpected result.
It's covered in dust. It must have spent a long time in the docks. Buddhist. This corpse is horrifying. The victim was thoroughly beaten before being shoved into the crack between the boxes. One of his hands is clutching a blood-stained paper. Strange memo. Number 1, the holy book by the altar. Number 2, the Void Dam customs guy. He's always on duty. Does he have time off? Does he ever leave for a piss? Is he a servitor? 3, guess what? What? 4, the hangar by the window. Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. You acquired this while exploring Footfall Void Dock Alpha Row.
It's about time.
It's about damn time. His lordship, Rogue Trader Von Valancius, by the grace of the God Emperor and the sacred lords of Terra, bearer of the warrant of trade, stellar inheritor. Thank you for singing my praises. I wish you would continue. What we got up here? I do want to check me old inventory.
Follow my lead.
Kind of just exploring the map a bit. All right, let me look in the character inventory. So, what do we got? These tooltips are big! Wait, what's this? +5 bonus to coercion tests. I think we're gonna want that. There's the memo. This is the Extractium. A mobile mining outpost assembled in accordance with the Blessed Standard Template construct. This small industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world. The Serf clan assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the Rogue Trader. Is the Rogue Trader's name Rogue Trader Von Valancius? For now, while it's an alpha, there is no proper character creator. You just play either as Rogue Trader male or Rogue Trader female at the moment. And you pick a few sort of backstory isms until further in development. We're just playing early alpha right now. Okay, funny enough, my light carapace is actually... Oh, well, I guess you get a dodge penalty for wearing the other thing, huh? Different types of guns. Scrappy auto guns. A chainsword, which mirrors the one we already have. They need a character creator. Very true. I don't know if the guards will let us up here. Welcome to Footfall. You can rest here, away from the irksome rabble.
New
Okay.
challenge for me?
This is for us. Long live Rogue Trader Von Valancius, rightful successor to the Warrant of Trade. Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man. But yes, right now my name is Rogue Trader. I am mysterious. It's like the Mandalorian, okay? I'm the Mandalorian right now. But the exploration seems good. Lots of stuff buried in corners. And little points of interest to investigate.
Good evening, streamer and chat. May our light shine upon the God Emperor.
Noted, Dan. Noted. I don't think you can climb up there. What about these caches? Hand-carved idol of the Holy Emperor. Drinkable engine coolant.
None shall stand in my way.
Drinkable coolant. Alright, what's going on over here? What are you pilgrims up to?
Footfall, alas, will I really hear one of Hieronymus's sermons with my own ears?
This is a small altar. The central spot has been given to Drusus, a saint from the neighboring Calixtus sector who's widely revered in the Expanse. Yeah, lots of cool stuff to investigate. There was a couple other things we can do. Free to visit the local admin, waiting in his residence. Sure. What this? An Imperial container. But there's a leaflet.
Now is our time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy, Casbalica, Corda von Valancius, their names mean nothing now. Tomorrow will erase them from memory. Go and seize power as much as you can carry. A in V.
A clue. Some heresy, yes. Some heresy. We might need this to prove that there was a plot to murder our forebear. Primitive tools. Put that in the cargo. All right, let's go through here. Trophies left at the dock. Yeah, I'll put that in the cargo. Okay, so we've been to the atrium. I assume that we're in the atrium now, right? Let's go to the shadow quarters. Thanks again, I'm Fire, for 53 months of sub. I appreciate the prime and welcome back. Is there any notion of stolen in this game? I don't think so. Not that I know of. I like the music as well. Where are we? Some giant fan or turbine. Yeah, the maps are really cool too. It wasn't time to destroy these tiles. They were definitely pried with purpose and diligence.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Down, down, down. Down, down, down. But yeah, this map is actually surprisingly big. I thought I saw something I could read or interact with. I think it was just a citizen. What? Exterminators? Citizens are grouped up all over the place. Etal, you play the other games they've made? Nope, I have not played Pathfinder. This is definitely scratching the, like, I like the world building, like the workers in line for food here. People in the streets. The NPCs are arranged really nicely.
Tolerate weakness.
And I like the graphics quite a bit. Haven't really gotten to develop the characters per se since we just jumped into a level 15 body. But I can tell that they have a lot of abilities. The man stops and salutes you with his flamer.
Your lordship, what an honor! The whole of Footfall is talking about the new head of the House of Valancius. Foreman of Footfall Utility Crew 3 at your service.
What are you doing?
Just burning rats, and some trash, and some parasites of other sorts. The district's under quarantine, you see. Got hit by something nasty. A disease. Or maybe it isn't a disease, just some bugs and worms. What crawled out some ship or other?
Frames! Alpha! It's an alpha, chat! It's an alpha, and there's sometimes says frames!
It's a bit odd that it happened here and not at the docks, I'll grant you. Things like that usually start there. They even spray the place with some gunk to kill all the bugs and worms. But I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block way over there snuffed it, and the Liege wasted no time getting the district surrounded so nobody could leave.
So you don't know what happened in the district? New task, assess the situation. The poorest asteroid in Footfall has been placed under quarantine. The authorities are dealing with an outbreak.
1,000 apologies, your lordship, but no, we don't, and we'd rather not find out. Who in their right mind would want to get closer to whatever it is?
We've contained the foulness, and that's good enough if you ask me. How did the victims die? By the way, yes, the frames are just choppy here. Just bear with it while we're in this dialogue, and I think it'll fix once we get out of this dialogue box.
Who knows how they died? They found them in their hovels, already dead. Blue sores on their bodies, and they stank something awful, which is why the lot that found them didn't even risk looting the corpses. Good on them, I guess. Doesn't mean we let them out, of course.
Sinless Moon, do you have your audio turned on by chance? Paging Sinless Moon. Unmute the stream. How's this game's character creation? Not available in alpha yet. There's just a very small character creator in the alpha state at the moment. What have we done to deal with the problem? It's thinking.
You're looking at them. We stand here, burn the foulness, and we got people standing guard so no one escapes. Put some mines down, a whole load of them, for the same reasons. The water, the sewers, all blocked off to stop any communications getting out. The air's open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. There haven't been any strange deaths outside the district.
Are the people trapped with no aid?
Of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Hieronymus has been praying for their souls, which sounded more like retribution fell upon them, and rightly so. That's the most they can hope for.
I wish to enter the quarantine zone.
Your lordship, have mercy. I can't say no to you, but the danger is just as real to you as it is to the whole station. We'll clear a way for you, but it'll take time. A lot of time. It won't be easy to break down the barricades and disarm the mines.
He gives you a long look, likely hoping you'll reconsider, but after no reaction, he gives the order to his assistants. Alright, there we go. Frames are back. Make a save. I'm just kind of going straight in. The small nook in the stone is empty apart from dust and some scraps of paper. There's evidence that the cache once had a small door covering and locking the mechanism.
Happy to serve you, your lordship. That's right, bow, you shits.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that, citizens. Carry on as you were.
It's about time.
Are the frames back for anyone else? Uh-oh. An awareness check. Abelard spots a trap.
Doubt is far from weak.
I have no idea what to do when you spot a trap in this game. Walk into it.
New challenge for me.
Yes.
I mean, certainly you would think that there's a way to disarm traps, right? No! Okay, it's an auto gun in the walls.
Say no more.
I think we set it off. That's one way to do it. Yeah, that is one way to do it. I don't think there's anything back there anyways. So I'm pretty sure when they said that it'll take a long time for them to let us into the quarantine zone, what they meant is come back when the game is out, probably. That's my guess. Because I think the quarantine area is this big gate. You see this big gate right here? I think that's the quarantine area behind it. Adeptus Massacus. By the way, I'm not going in any particular direction. I'm just sort of just like looking around, and we're ending up in places. So I don't feel like I'm doing a great job of fully exploring anything. Like there's this whole area up here. Which goes God knows where. Well, well, well. What do we have? Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. I'm not just feeling it anymore, that's all. The guy is pretty much a cinder now. It was a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. I like to watch him squirm. Are we about to do combat? Are we about to do combat? Are we about to do combat?
The Emperor is with us.
Uh-oh.
I'll turn you into corpse stars.
I didn't mean to walk in there by myself. Here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot! I love being evil. Oh, like that's what they were saying? This is a weird choke point for us to get around, actually. I'm thinking it would have been better if we came from up here instead of this little door with literally no cover whatsoever. These are N for thugs. And arsonists. Who? Okay, let's look at the turn order here. I'm still trying to get a grip with how to look at this. How to, because this looks like turn 2, but it's turn 1. Okay, Daira has the ability to do like a lightning arc, which chains up to 3 targets within a 3-cell radius. She can also just study all the enemies. Peer into the future, bring the worst fates for the target. These are weenies, and I feel like we would benefit from just going pew pew, you know? Just like go pew, just go pew pew. Go pew pew, go pew pew, go pew pew, go, you know? Ding 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 ding. I'm just worried that like sending my psyker into the thick of all the enemies when I don't really comprehend turn order yet. is bad, because it looks like there's a lot of thugs that get to go before we get to go. And it looks really difficult to lure them into a trap as well, because we're just on this awkward staircase. It starts at the bottom? I don't know. Okay, if the rogue trader goes third, then it starts at the bottom. In that case, we still have, like, a bunch of people that get to go first. Let's just run in and deal with the consequences later. That was some good lightning. That was some good lightning. This is the kind of game that gives you a bunch of weenies so that you can feel powerful killing all of them in disgusting ways. Alright, there's the fire starter. I don't think that did anything. So yeah, okay, it does start from the bottom, because now the rogue trader gets to go. So anyway, I started blasting. I did, yes. I actually did. The fire starters are a little tankier. The Ember leader is going to be the tankiest. This guy is a bit spooky. I think what I'm going to do is go all the way.
My tactics are flawless.
My tactics are flawless. I'm going to send my main character energy guy all the way up. Great chance to knock down an enemy. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to charge into the leader, which seems incredibly dangerous. Okay. Then I'm going to try a forceful strike to get a higher chance to knock down.
Suits my purposes.
Then we're just going to try a regular strike. I have a 95% chance to hit.
Not a problem for me.
That was Righteous Fury's 17 damage attack. And then I'm going to finish the turn with my final action point with Endure, which gives me bonus 2 deflection to reduce incoming damage. I'm a tanky boy. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh god, I'm on fire. Oh! I'm on fire! Are you guys okay? How the hell are we gonna get up here, dude? Excuse me, Cassius trying to climb the ladder? Who are we smiting? Anver fire starters right now. In 40k RPGs, most enemies were minions with no actual HP and very little chance to actually damage player characters. Made it feel all cinematic and power fantasy. I can see that. I like Lidless Stare quite a bit. We also have additional move points for an ally. I can recover an ally from burning by yelling at them. But I think they need to be quite close. This is Voice of Command. It's a buff. Bring It Down is bonus turn for an ally, and then Go 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 is additional turn to all allies within a 2-cell radius. I need to get a little closer, but I can't, because Lidless is just gonna hit my friends. I think what I'm gonna do, I can't give myself any more movement, and I also can't stop the burning when I'm this far away. So what do we got? We have like a sniper, marksman rifle, 75% chance to hit these nerds. And my other thing is just to reload. Well, I got a crit on that shot. It says I missed the Anver Thug, but that guy just died. And we have enough momentum for objective secured, which is a heroic ability. which is sort of like confusing to me to know exactly how I want to use it. I'm not quite close enough to do anything that I want to do. Alright, what is this? Voice of command. The leader forces an ally to make every effort, increasing their characteristics for 1 turn by 11 attribute bonus. All their abilities can be applied on the target from any distance. Alright, let's try this. Let's try voice of command on Rogue Trader.
A job for the serfs?
And then if you do that first. Oh, okay, so you voice of command them so that you can use your abilities on them from any distance. It's because now I'm like whispering to them. I can actually encourage them to stop being on fire.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Excellent. That's okay, that's really cool. And then I'm gonna give somebody else bonus move points. Because I think Abelard could use some bonus move points. Wait. Oh, it activates their turn right then. Oh. Or it gives them a little bonus turn. But I got him a little closer. Alright, Argenta.
God Emperor, move
Get up here.
through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Look at you, burning again. Stop that immediately.
What is your special? Military excellence. Might do that, but I need to get closer. But I think people are in the way. Shot on the run gives you a bonus 3 movement points. And your next attack costs 1 action point less, has a lower chance to hit, but does not end your turn of combat. Okay, she's got a bolter. The bolt, yeah, just a bolter. I'm a little concerned about the 8% chance to hit from this far away. That's only a 10% chance to hit. Alright, we're gonna dash a little closer. Friendly fire is a thing in this game, by the way. And shots can just whiff. So I'm thinking about... That's gonna fatigue me. Immediately restores all action points and removes cooldown. I want to read this. Ranged weapons gives you an extra attacks equal to the weapon's rate of fire without spending action points as long as this is the cheapest attack. Increases hit chance by 20% until the end of combat. If the weapon is capable of rapid fire, recoil is reduced and its rate of fire increases by 25% until the end of combat. Otherwise, its damage and armor pin increases by 2. Alright, so it's just a super buff. How do I think I'm gonna go ahead and second wind. I don't know if 1 level of fatigue is the end of the world. Because what I really want to do is just get to a place where I'm not guaranteed. Where I'm not gonna accidentally friendly fire. Okay, we're dashing. Now we have line of sight on a ton of people. I'm going to use military excellence. Takes away from our momentum bar. That was a heroic ability. And I should have an increased chance to hit and be able to shoot multiple times. And we got this burst fire shot here. Okay, that one's on cooldown.
I'll do it.
Miss!
Rout is for the weak.
How many times can I shoot?
can escape.
It is
the
a
Emperor's
heroic
judgment.
ability after all. I have 18 rounds left before I need to reload, but I don't know how long that lasts for.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, that pushback and stunned them? All right, that was as many shots as I could fire. Restores momentum equal to the Battle Sister's doubled willpower bonus. Each enemy within a 5-cell radius gives you more. You can only use that once per combat. I don't think there's any enemies over here. That was sick. All right, my Mechanicus lad is waiting down here. We're kind of all stuck in this corridor. They have a ton of abilities. I came in here to say I love you, but I don't want to stay because spoilers. I am spoiling a game you won't get to play for an indeterminate amount of time and whose story details not only will you not remember, but will change because it is an RPG with branching character paths, character origins, character choices, and probably no major plot points because it is a alpha preview that the developers intend to show to potentially interested audiences. Get spoiled, kid. But hey, if that's how you want to do it, then by all means. Thanks for the sub. Whoa, spoiler alert. Whoa! I thought this was a trading game. I'm trading bullets. No, point for effort. That was my joke. All right. Anyway, we don't have line of sight, so just to intern awkwardly here. The leader is still stunned on the ground, which is great. I just want to know if the game is good. Looks cool so far. Yeah, I'm having fun with it. All right, Abelard. I want to get Abelard into there, but I also want to just take out this
tactically sound approach.
corner nerd, who is a specialist. So we're just going to charge into them. Wait, does charge not work the way that I think it will?
Someone else can do this.
Strikes a target that interrupts their path with a basic melee attack. I think you just try to charge this way and you still hit them. Okay. Abelard is old and forgets things. Unfortunately, there are no enemies there. Oops. Charge that pile of rubble.
Who's injured? I'm enraged.
Where the what? That was like a nade? They accidentally hit cover with a stun grenade per the combat log. Alright, we actually have the ability to do the heroic lightning, and this time maybe we understand how it works. So I'm gonna go all the way up here. Actually, we're gonna go up here.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
So we did this weekly last time. It's a heroic that is just a lightning arc that avoids friendly fire, but it's an arc around the one you click. How many cells? What is the radius? It doesn't say. It just says chains up to... It says one enemy creature within 10 cells, but not how far the cells will jump. All right, that went a lot better. That went a lot better, because we hit 4 people with our heroic that time. Much happier with that. Psyker is sick. Tox, Abelard has a Melta, I think. You can swap to other weapon set. That's... You're right, you're right. We do have other weapon sets. I just haven't been switching at all. Okay, the Ember Leader. I want to do the same thing we did last time, which is like charge.
All too easy.
It's almost dead.
High momentum.
Okay, the leader's dead. Is there anybody left? There's like one dude over there. Oh, I have a heroic as well. The fighter strives to reach target at any cost. Tons of buffs. Rogue Trader system from tabletop with slight modifications. Yeah. Hey, what's up, War of the Worlds? Thanks for the gifts up to Chemo. Just got back from seeing Violent Night. It's better than it has a right to be. A love letter to Die Hard with Santa, and it's surprisingly great. I think I saw a trailer for that. It looked pretty good. Glad you enjoyed it, and welcome back.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
All right, I don't think... Oh, we actually can try and shoot
You
you.
insist, Lord Captain.
Oh well. One of these, yeah, go, go, go is giving someone an extra turn.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
All right, Argenta. Just
Guided by faith.
flank so they have no cover. And you'll be ready to go next time. So, did we do more damage with the burst fire? It says 9 to 13. First creature for every shot within a 24 cell cone. So it's only hit each person up to once? Because it says 4 shots. Let's just do some science and see if the burst shot hits this person multiple times.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Okay, sick. We just yo-yoed them off the wall in the back. And GG. Ooh, a flamer pistol. Prerequisites are flame weapon proficiency. I think I'm gonna pack all of it as cargo for now. Cover was super important in Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader combat. It'd be weird if it wasn't important here. You can still definitely take cover. I'm also, it's worth noting, playing on the normal difficulty and not the higher difficulty, because I just don't like playing RPGs on a much higher difficulty. What is this? Fire Blessed Carapace. Okay, so this is just better. We got a Thunder Hammer. Oh, damn. Maces and hammers can crush multiple enemies with massive blows, stunning them and shattering their armor and their faith. Plus 10% stacking chance to stun an enemy for 1 turn with each point of their deflection. Successful toughness test negates this effect. We're also... how late into the game is this? This is basically just after the prologue. So very, very early into the game. This is a proper shotgun. I think we'll take that, and then... Anver's note left from Cinder's crew. He's waiting for you. You know the place, so be there on time. The turn can be seen from the entrance to the Adeptus. Make sure some gawker doesn't see where you're going. Okay, the entrance to the Adeptus, I know where that is. You don't start at level 1? In this alpha, you do not start at level 1, but I would think that you probably start at level 1 in the main game when it comes out. But I think they want you to just already have a party set up and see what the game is like for the preview.
Follow my lead.
The busted statues. I just kind of wandered back here to see what was going on. Melta charge. Explosive device suitable for eliminating flimsy obstacles. Ooh, a locked... I don't know what's better here. There's a box of goods. I'll try a multi-key if we have one. Nope. What about tech use? Lock D.
The premonition runs true.
Okay, so just break it up with that. A binary transcript. I don't know what that is. And 2 holy machine oils. Don't leave your cyborg behind. I think they're coming. They're coming. They're on their way. Athletics? Ooh, my main character has a ton of athletics. Athletics check succeeded. I think there was like cargo up there. Grenadier's gloves. These gloves grant the wearer a +5 bonus to ballistic skill test and increase damage from grenades by +2. Bottle of Rotgut, a glow globe, and primitive tools.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What this? A well-worn poster with a call to serve the Imperium. Now is our time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy, Kaspalica, Corda von Valancias. Their names mean nothing. Tomorrow we'll erase them.
It's about time.
It's about time. Chat, from behind the closed doors, you hear the humming of primitive washing machines and the voices of laundry workers. Wastewater, unsafe for drinking. Chat, do not drink the water. Chat, do not drink water. Wait. Okay, they said the turn is visible from the entrance to Adeptus. This is the entrance to Adeptus, therefore the turn has to be visible from here. There's a secret somewhere. Let's see. Like, it looks like this, right? This looks like a secret, but I don't know if it is. It just kind of looks like an incidental secret. Wait, is it this? They're going, chat. They can almost get back here. Yeah, I don't think it's that. I don't know. It might not be something that we're supposed to actually be able to find right now. The pathfinding is trying so hard. It really is. I have no idea where we're going right now either. Under the floor, you can see the remains of the void ship's life support system. It seems whoever dismantled the vessel decided to just leave it in place. Okay. Where the hell are we now? Are you guys okay down here? I don't know what these items are.
None shall stand in my way. Over there.
None shall stand in my way. Is this a bar? Indeed it is. Stuck to the plates are lumps of sawdust, toxic waste that is sometimes passed off as ordinary nutritious starch. I don't know what this is. There's a button here. Logic 10C machine right set. You need a machine right set. Ritual. Logic check failed. The menu slides across the screens. The Adeptus Amasecas has an impressive selection of drinks, most of which should not be ingested. Oh. There's a lot of people back here, huh?
I won't tolerate
Carouse!
weakness.
I can carouse!
This cannot
Drops
be.
of orange liquid sparkle in the decanter, exuding a sugary aroma. Suspicious types. Looking to hire some strong lads, your lordship. Okay, let's go this way. This dark green hallway.
A new challenge for me?
There's so many rooms. What?
At least I tried.
Why did that guy just die? The dirty sofa looks as old as the footfall itself. He just exploded. Alcohol poisoning? There's a lot of people with guns back here. There we go. Riza. The woman looks to be in her 40s, and she's surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against dark skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Looking for something specific you're buying or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask. Old Riza knows all kind of folk. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Who do you work with? She lowers her booming, raspy voice. You heard about how the Clipper Saint Cognatius got hit recently? The cargo was cleaned out, everything taken. Well, that was my boy's handiwork. All right, what? You're a vendor. Okay. I don't know what to trade for, so I'm not gonna worry myself with it right now. I know that the game is called Rogue Trader, but I don't know what items to trade yet. Okay, that's a problem for a different time. What's my quest right now? The local liege Takara is waiting in his residence. All right, we're gonna sprint over here then. Trading is only one of many jobs a rogue trader can do. Too true. Too true. Okay, we went to the shadow quarters, we went to the dock. Let's go to the atrium. So we're waiting for the ship to be ready, in the meantime getting into fights in the local town. Basically that, yes. You have got it. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, enjoying the art. I like the combat system quite a bit. Can't really comment on the character creator because I haven't created any characters yet. So we definitely have not been here. Okay, this is new.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Law!
Oh, Pascal failed the lore check. It's not good when your Mechanicus companion is failing lore checks. That's when you know you got one of the dumb ones. Oh, he did succeed in one ritual logic check. It opened up a special area. To God knows where. There's an athletics check to jump over here.
I did fine.
Oh, we're just all here now. Okay, what up? Anver Boys. What did we just do? Awareness check succeeded. The numerous wounds and injuries indicate this was a particularly brutal murder. The letters A and V are carved into the victim's shoulder blade. Oh, there was a body in this locker, and we just investigated it. Commander's Monocle. Whenever the wielder attacks an enemy with a single shot, their allies under voice of command gain their bonus to damage against them for a turn. A great sword. Fancy. All right, off we go. Wait, maybe? Chat, were we stuck here? My rogue trader keeps failing his athletics check. We live here now, on this island ledge. All right, we're free. I'm free. Imagine finishing an investigation before you notice that you started it. I mean, we knew that there were murders around here. We did already know that. My girlfriend thinks you look like Phil DeFranco. Any thoughts on that? Tell your girlfriend to at least have the audacity to make a Twitch account and ask, you know, to comment herself, okay? Instead of having you be the human boyfriend shield to take the brunt of my fiery words for her, okay? Tell her to come back later. And follow and subscribe and smash that notification button. Hell yeah. Chat, I will not be stealing anybody's girl. I am happily taken.
It's about time.
The only girls I will be stealing are cute cats or dog pictures, okay? And looking at them and sharing them with my girlfriend. One of the many chapels. It looks better tended than most places on Footfall. Subdog, what's up? Thanks for 41 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Where the heck am I? Oh, there is a... Oh, the Liege's Palace. This is what we've been looking for, I think. Here we go. I have such good frames in here. Ah, look at this dude. Vladaim Takara, the Liege. My patience. You remember the way out? Dismissed. The tall man in austere gray clothes makes a show of looking past the woman he's addressing. Vladaim, Vladaim, Vladaim. What odd she put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an imperial clerk, not one of us. The woman who is standing with her back to you lets out an ostentatious sigh. Then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladaim? Falco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days. So you don't remember. Then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Hey, Dari, move. The massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lowered voice, Jay, get going while he's letting you. Go drown your sorrows in the Amasekas and thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't get the chance next time. Find the disgraced stranger in the bar in the shadow quarters. I was already there. First an insult, now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer a valued commodity on Footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads toward the exit. As she passes you, she gives a quick once-over, winks at you, and then immediately turns away with the flip of jet black hair. Oh, winky face. Oh, winky face. The tall man, who has long since noticed your presence, is studying you intently. Vladaim Takara, Liege of Footfall, let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. I was expecting a welcome more befitting a visit from a rogue trader, not a scene. Let's go. Please follow me. You lost your chainsword, plasma pistol, and armor. Uh-oh. While you are engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Takara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, as though he is used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he's been studying you in turn this whole time. Vladim straightens his chair, and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, let us talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord von Valancius. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate. I have heard more sincere expressions of grief. Thank you, Liege, a terrible loss for all of us. I hope that under your guidance, the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. It was a bold move on your part to announce yourself as the new rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty, despite not yet having your status confirmed by anyone of import from the Imperium. I appreciate such traits in people. It's good to understand who you're dealing with. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. Who was the woman the guards threw out? I was attacked, right at the docks. An outrageous stunt, a show of disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, such incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters, impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate den, but believe me when I say there is a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Anvers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who shouts, go on, not a commander. Sooner or later, we will find him and have him strung up. Well, that will likely cool his followers' fervor. His words sound confident and calm. It seems he really isn't terribly worried about some band of void-born rats. I would like to know more about the Anvers gang. How come they haven't been dealt with? He grits his teeth slightly before answering. I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by famine. I haven't gotten around to Anvers yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players. Their leader is more of a troublemaker than a gang leader with a plan or ambition. They don't issue orders, they merely incite slaughter and robberies. When the Void Rat dies, the rest will scatter. The negligence with which you do business is insulting for an individual of my stature. I've become the rogue trader and instantly just become the most egotistical trader right out of the gate. Why not? He gives you a tense look, then says quietly,
Could a humble gift from me smooth over this inadvertently caused affront?
I am most certainly expecting compensation for this inconvenience. Keep your bribes for the off-world administratum clerks, you idiot. You're addressing a rogue trader. Egotistical player character. He grinds his teeth and bows his head repentantly.
I beg your forgiveness.
Who was the woman the guards threw out? Vadaim's expression hardens and he makes a frustrated gesture.
A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jay Hidari, a small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead her to a sticky end.
Imperium lore check failed. Oops.
She is irrelevant.
Since I'm the one in control of the situation on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of its noteworthy residents. What patronage do you seek from me?
Protection. Not military protection, a different kind of security. You have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calixis sector has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have returned. The visits we've had from the other side have been suspiciously few in number. The last ship that came through the Maw was struck by a temporal anomaly. The jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time. Lore warp check succeeded. You've heard of periods of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Coronis expanse from the Imperium. And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post.
We barely produce anything ourselves and are largely dependent on incoming shipment,
especially food. The station naturally has some reserves, but the supply issues didn't start yesterday.
Footfall would be obliged if House von Valancius would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. Logic succeeded. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Thousands of refugees from Winterscale's realm arrived on Footfall aboard the transport. Oh wait, it was saying it here.
Naturally, I tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Corda would have bled Footfall dry. And as for the esteemed Caligos Winterscale, instead of a food shipment from him, I received a transport, the Navica, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. So many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis. I suppose all these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale, and so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies.
So what are the terms?
It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile worlds. Janus, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the von Valancius Empire, in exchange for fair payment.
Get on your knees and ask properly, then I will help. The payment will be unfair, as I will be robbing you blind. But you will remain in charge. Do we have a deal? Very well. I will help you with food. I will help Footfall, but not out of desire for profit. I have no interest in any favors in kind or becoming your patron, only in saving lives. I won't help you. Deal with it yourself. Now this is the CRPG we signed up for, I think. This is probably a good look at what to expect from the rest of the game, I would say. By the way, thanks Rose Rain for 18 months. I appreciate the sub. I think my character at this stage is not this level of evil, but we did roll out the red carpet. And we were attacked at the dock and have been dealing with problems that should have already been dealt with as far as we're concerned. Like, our character is like a military, commissar? And is sort of, no nonsense, unless the nonsense is, what's the word I'm looking for? Decorum. Decorum is good. By the way, chat, Rogue Trader is a name that is holdover from the origin of 40k. It was going to be the original game and would eventually become Warhammer 40k. Get on your knees and ask properly, then I will help. He did it. Vladimir's eyes narrow as he gives you a calm, appraising look, then kneels. His body, unaccustomed to such displays of obedience, moves slowly as if the air has suddenly grown thick. If this is the price for the station's prosperity, I will pay it. What's happening in the Shadow Quarters? Why is there a quarantine? Oh, that, he grimaces. Who knows? It could be an actual epidemic, or perhaps the two families that started it all just came down with food poisoning at the same time. We're on a space station. The solution here is to isolate the area and wait for it to resolve itself. I've been told that when the previous Leech was faced with similar situations, he ordered the entire asteroid detached and dropped into the star. You could have at least supplied the people trapped there with food and water. I wish to help the people in the quarantine zone. I will have medicine delivered to them from my ship. I wish to enter. You're right. The deaths of the people in the quarantine zone is a necessary price to pay for station security. Frankly, my question was born of idle curiosity. Solve your problems how you see fit. They are no concern of mine. Are the character models different from the portraits? Right now in alpha, yeah, there's no release date on this, and sometimes there's no portraits in this version of the game. Lots of stuff that'll change over time. Okay, I'll do the first one. I've been told that when the previous Liege was faced with a similar situation, he ordered... Oh, wait, is this just telling him to drop it into the star? I wish to enter the quarantine zone. Out of the question. You would be putting both yourself and the station at risk. Chat, is he allowed to say that to me? Make him get on his knees again. It is his station, yeah, but I outrank him by a good bit. Insolence! Heresy! Everything is heresy! He is allowed to. It's a bad idea for him to piss you off. You could have at least supplied the people trapped there with food and water. I could have, but I'm certainly not going to. Vladimir says in a bored and casual tone. I wouldn't even under normal circumstances, and with the threat of famine hanging over the station and our prospects unclear. Chat, what should I do? Should I try to help the people in the quarantine zone? Or say, I've been told the previous Liege was he ordered the entire asteroid be detached and dropped into a star. Chat says 1. Yes, he did, and what a senseless decision it was. There are more reliable ways of disinfecting an area without having to lose a whole asteroid. That maneuver of his destabilized the station's integrity, and the consequences of that was still being felt up until I became Liege. When I entered the office, I had to negotiate with the tech priest to make necessary repairs, and it cost me a preposterous amount of money and resources. He did say earlier you don't have the backing of anyone important in the Imperium, so it's entirely possible people would side with the station commander. That's reasonable. I'll try to be good. I wish to help the people in the quarantine zone. I will have medicine delivered from my ship. I can't bar you from doing so, but I can't help but note that it's not the wisest course of action. With all due respect, your lordship. What's the situation? Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent. Trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium, forces in the Coronis Expanse, has departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threat. There's been no word from them for a while now. Then again, with the distance and the current issues with Astropaths, that's not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we're not alone. We're not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. The fragmentary accounts lead me to believe that the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating in the Coronis Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. Chat, when's the Astartes guys movie coming out? Any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't. Attacking Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and should any problem arise, we will simply load ourselves and disappear, leaving the invaders with nothing but rock. For us here, Xenos are more of a source of income than threat. Vladimir freezes, gauging your reaction. Excuse me, did you just say that heresies are a source of profit here? Heretics a source of profit? Are we talking about dealing in Xeno artifacts here? Consider your words carefully. An admission like that sounds dangerously close to heresy. I do not approve of fear of Xenotech. One must know and understand the enemy. There's no shame in selling one's trophies for profit. Naturally, I find this utterly unacceptable and have no desire to speak about this, but my Seneschal is a good listener. Lay your disgraceful gossip on him. What is our character doing? Are we talking about dealing in Xeno artifacts here? In a manner of speaking, miraculously, Vladimir has managed to frame the last sentence as a question. A Footfall is a place where anything can be bought, and mind you, where anything can be sold. Where does one go to make a few deals here? Here, I am the main dealer on the station, and it would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to Footfall traders of lesser importance. Still, you might take an interest in a few people of note. For example, Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, the servant of the Ecclesiarchy, is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains, and other traders don't seem keen on becoming his competitors. If you're looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octaviana in Adeptus Amasecus. The chemical bliss she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you her signature drink. It's meant for common rabble, not discerning clientele. Let's get down to business. I am interested in your wares. I am at your service. You can expect the most generous discounts. Okay, I actually don't want to look at any of this right now. I'm sure they have some really cool stuff, and I can just come back and trade with them whenever I want. There's actually a lot that you can discuss. Oh, I didn't read that. Is there a dialogue thing here? Yes. He moves to stand up but then pauses and gives you a look. One more thing as a gesture of my sympathy for you, Kiava Gamma. That world belongs to your trade empire, doesn't it? Footfall has heard rumors of some great trouble brewing there. A ship arrived from there and people are saying utterly nonsensical things about the crew. Perhaps you'll be interested in hearing news about your property. Oh boy, look at all this. We've got rumors. The rumors page grows. We've got quests. We did visit the Liege. Take a closer look at the belongings of those killed by the Anvers, and searching other evidence, the Anvers' brazen actions guarantee they will give themselves away sooner or later. A note found on the body mentioned a location apparently near Adeptus Amasecus. I did want to go investigate that. Typically, when you're put in the service of a rogue trader, you kind of just follow the leader in regards to calling things heresy. Okay, we have not really investigated over here at all. Bastian Corda. A well-groomed young man calls to you. He is clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright aquila embroidered in a prominent spot. Your lordship, I humbly ask for a minute of your time. I am Bastian in Durama Bastal Corda, youngest cousin of House Corda, envoy of Incendia Bastal Corda, rogue trader of the Coronis Expanse by grace of the most holy emperor. Corda. There's some of the most influential rogue traders in the Coronis Expanse, but not on footfall. This station's under the control of House Winterscale. Something tells me that we're about to hear a most curious offer, says Abelard under his breath so only you can hear him. What do you want to say? A matter of the utmost delicacy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladaim almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valencia's trade empire is famed for the abundance of its main agri-world, Janus. It would be odd for him not to seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Corda dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We have already announced our terms to the Liege, but he is stalling. I imagine in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Corda dynasty believes, Bastian smiles and gives a slight shrug, that cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladaim, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Corda dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from the future contract, as well as certain other perquisites. Everyone benefits. The Emperor's most loyal servant should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars and less with divvying up profit among themselves, Argenta says disapprovingly, but quietly enough so as not to interrupt negotiations. Especially when the well-being of an imperial world is at stake, even one such as Footfall. Behind your smile, Master Bastian, teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath, should these negotiations prove fruitless, or the wrath of House von Valancius? Adira, who was yawning in boredom a moment ago, flinches and clutches her face, her fingernails digging into her skin. They're coming again! Brothers of the ones who came before! I just don't get it. Do they all have a death wish? Draw your weapon. I appreciate the warning, Adira. Would you mind elaborating on the terms of your proposal? I am open to cooperation. My business with the Liege is my own. It is no concern of House Corda. So you seek to rob the station blind, a station facing famine, and you're proposing I join in your little feast of vultures? Oh, why do you have to do this? You give me a draw weapon option that actually kind of makes sense, because Adira was right the last time. And we might get advantage in the combat. Or we can say that we're open to cooperation, or we can be coy. Chat, you pick. What say you? The choice is yours. Chat just wants to go guns blazing. Fair enough. Draw your weapons. What? Bastian stares at you in surprise and then turns around. Death to off-worlders! They just killed Bastian! Only Blizzard can do that. Okay, so if you got here late and you want to see how combat works in this game, it does have a cover system, but we're much stronger usually than the thugs. The thugs die in one good clean hit typically, but there's a lot of dudes. We have move points here and we have action points. And we're playing as level 15 characters in this alpha because we just jumped into Act 2, skipped the prologue. So we have a somewhat overwhelming quantity of abilities at this point that I've been sort of feeling my way through. Turn order is just going in an upward fashion. So they have 4 people that go before we get to next, and then Pascal gets to go next. Okay. So Idira has this cool lightning arc ability that I feel like is typically the best way to do things if you can. So I'm going to move her up to half cover. Psychic Shriek is 8 damage. I think Psychic Shriek is single target though. This lightning arc is 3 action points. And also spends the ability to use attack abilities on the current turn. So my question is, if Flash is red with things that it will block after you use it, Lightning Arc just seems too good.
On it. Be gone.
It's damn good. All right, and that's your turn. Ow. Ow, that's a lot of attacks. They missed with a flashbang or a stun grenade. Okay, my Tech Priest is sort of like good at buffing. We're gonna move you behind full cover. And we can take a shot, but I think it's better to like study a giant group of enemies. Though line of sight is a bit of an issue here, huh? We can get 4.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
So we learned their weak points and increase the incoming damage of the first adept's attack against them in the turn by my intelligence bonus. So it gives me a bonus to attacks.
Request approved.
Though I whiffed, I think. And we can also give that bonus to other people through another ability. Gotta get these guys off the stairs. Who is that? Just a random guard? I think that's just a rogue random guard. You can't say rogue, because rogue is an actual character now. I think my favorite character right now is Cassia. Because if I can just like get... Chat, would Cassia care if a guard incidentally died in friendly fire here? Actually, we might be able to peek from the stairs. I just like Lidless Stare, because it's this awesome cone attack where she basically opens her third eye and peers into the unreality of the warp and like releases the warp in a cone.
I'm not accustomed to being paraded around.
The navigator's might.
And they're all just melted by the terror of the warp. She seems like the type to be like, his purpose was to guard, and his purpose was served. I can encourage a target ally, buff a friendly, give a friendly immediate bonus turn. Can't take any more shots. I think I'm gonna voice of command the Rogue Trader. So Rogue Trader has a bunch of bonus abilities based on her attributes. I guess there's no reason not to use my action points. I should have probably used them. I'm sure Station Commander will be super happy about this situation. I'm kind of doing every job for him. What's Momentum? Momentum powers you up for ultimate abilities. Once it crosses this threshold, we have different ults we can use. And then down here we have, if Momentum goes the other way, if the AI starts winning, we have a Desperate Measure, which is the ult in the other direction. That gives you a big burst of power, but at a trade-off. Alright, it's Rogue Trader time. We need to get this just random thug out of here.
High momentum.
Legs are made to be removed. And I could almost hit another person via a charge. I can also just taunt people to try and take incoming damage. I can also use my heroic. Immediately restore all action points, remove cooldowns from weapon abilities. No limit to melee or weapon attacks. And also regain 4 more movement points per round. May use their... Until the end of combat, you may use movement points after performing attacks or using abilities. Damn, this thing's crazy. Let's just use some action points and then use our heroic. Okay, I think this is a taunt, but I can't quite reach anybody. I'm just gonna dash towards these nerds.
Nothing I can't do.
And just kind of go ham on them if I can. Alright, I'm going to use Forceful Strike for an increased chance of knockdown on my next ability, and then use my super. Alright. So I have a slash that's supposed to be like a wide swing.
Suits my purposes.
Righteous fury! I'm on a rampage!
Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
I'm coming for more! Cooldowns? Never heard of them.
Already done.
So that's basically what momentum is for. It's literally momentum. It lets you do a lot more on a turn than you normally could.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Okay, what can you do, sister? You have the really sweet multi-shot attack. Abelard still gets to go. Alright, yeah, let's use the burst fire ability back here.
I'll do it.
Oof. Alright, yeah, they're super dead. Good shot. Clean shot. That's the bolter going ham. Okay, we can also dash. If you do shot on the run here, do you get to shoot again? Yes. I apologize to the guard. Sorry, guard. You got in the way. You got in the way. I was aiming at the other person.
Follow my lead.
We don't need a power swing here.
Indeed.
Just a regular mace swing will do.
I will do my duty.
Just a little charge action. Superior vigilance. Incoming damage is reduced for 1 turn. Ooh, wait, I have my heroic as well. The fighter strikes back when receiving attacks and guards allies in a radius of 3. That one's really cool, but I don't think we have any allies here. So what if I just taunt them? Well, I can only taunt one, huh? It's kind of a bad taunt. Don't have a sidearm or a pistol or anything.
At your beck and call.
Did that guard just take 2 bolter shells? The Emperor protects. Get him! Good job, guard. You're doing great.
Cover me.
Alright, Adira. What can I... I'm a little worried about this lightning arc possibly hitting the rogue trader. We can do the safe heroic lightning arc. The safe lightning arc just ignores friendlies.
If only you knew what awaits you.
It's probably not worth using all that momentum, but it is what it is. Kill's a kill. Whose turn is it? Chad, is it a dead thug's turn? All right, it had to like catch up and figure out. He was thinking very hard. Yeah, he was thinking.
Advancing.
Let's try a precision strike. So how do you change weapon sets again? I don't know, you can have different loadouts. I didn't really learn that, so it's okay. Oh, that's a precision second weapon. Unavailable. Why would that be unavailable? Oh, it has to be against a studied enemy. Study enemies will be very useful against people who are tankier than this. You haven't been doing so good, Mr. Servitor guy.
If I may.
There we go. That's better. Alright, they're basically dead, I think. There's like one sniper back here. It's probably not a big deal. I think we can just move here. Then charge. And whiff. We have an 84% chance to hit, and that's it, I guess. I'm gonna try Forceful Strike to have an increased chance to knock down.
Not a problem for me.
Oh my god.
Suits my purposes.
High momentum.
Hey, what's up, Archplay Stuff? Thanks for 25 months of sub, by the way.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'm trying to bring you in here. Gains an action point, removes the ability to dash. We can't quite see them, can we? Does she get movement points with this? The sniper's gonna get one turn, but it probably doesn't matter. Okay, Abelard is moving in to try and surround. Oh, he can defend. Superior Vigilance will strike back when receiving attacks and guards allies in a radius of 3. Let's do that. Spend our momentum that way.
Victory is imminent.
Because they're about to get a turn? Who's this? More guards are showing up to try to help? They're running away! Oh, they got out of our area of control. But yes, there's very much not... doesn't feel like XCOM at all, I guess, Archplay stuff. It reminds me of, it's also very dissimilar from the Chaos XCOM-like that came out. They've all felt very different, but Rogue Trader is much heavier of an RPG. Lots of dialogue, lots of text, lots of choose your own adventure and sort of characterization. But the combat system works really nice and apparently lifted straight from tabletop mechanics, which is cool. It's felt very fun to play. We have a 79% chance to hit. This person is just very tanky. I think that there's some, like, since I'm a level 15 characters, it's just difficult to know what all my abilities do. We're using our Psyker ability to lower their dodge. I should have done that first, but I forgot that I had it. That's actually the last enemy that's on the map. And we're too far away here to, like, see anybody. Gotta have line of sight. Alright, main character time. This should be a lot easier to hit now that they can't really dodge. Hell yeah. Alright. Where am I?
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Hello, friends. I don't know where the rest of you are. Gather around, everyone. The bodies are in the streets. Good fight. Sector 2, watch your back. Make sure we're not being followed.
Your trophies.
I used to play Rogue Trader with my mates before we moved on to D&D. I was a guardsman who was a Tau auxiliary. Then you are going to be very interested in this. But the story's been nice so far. But they also have some nice lore tooltips. And what I mean by that is, like, when you don't know what something is, like, for me, if I'm not into the lore of 40k, that you can, like, kind of mouse over it and it'll tell you. +5 bonus to awareness test. I have not been doing a good job of equipping my group because, like, I'm treating this as a preview. These are, like, characters I am borrowing from the devs, if that makes sense. So I'm not spending too much time. Oh, there's dreadful Xenos over here. I'm not spending too much time customizing them, because I definitely want to make characters from level 1 too. I don't think we have a multi-key. Ooh, tech use work. That's just a bunch of amulets, Amasek, and Rotgut. So where the hell? I left some people behind, but I think they do catch up. The buzzing crowd has closed in on several harried-looking people. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place.
Just cut their throats already! What were they thinking letting that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken.
No, no cutting. We get their blood on us, so we'll be tainted too. Better burn them.
Be quiet, you scoundrel.
A priest clad in simple black raiment and wielding a staff cuts through the crowd like a battleship crossing the sky.
You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right.
Argentus starts at the sight of the elderly priest.
That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble.
Intervene. What is going on here? Watch in silence or leave without getting involved. Observation does have its place. It's not my station, and I don't have to get meddled in every single bit of affairs. But also, I am the kind of person who rolled out the red carpet for my own arrival and announced my presence as a rogue trader, so I might have a bit of self-importance. What's going on here? Several dozen gazes bore into you.
And who are you supposed to be?
Also a commissar. Imposing order comes naturally. I am a rogue trader. Rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. So there's no proper character creator in the alpha yet, so your name is just rogue trader for now. I am rogue trader, the rogue trader, first of my line. Raise your voice.
I am the judge of the worthless and the executioner of cowardice. Which one of you void rats just dared to address me without proper respect?
That one. The crowd shrinks away from your booming voice as if physically struck, although that isn't far from the truth. They avert their eyes and cower under your burning gaze as it sweeps over the gathered riffraff. Finally, one trembling rabble-rouser is pushed forward.
We were just rooting out heresy.
Yes, we were rooting out the heresy here. These scrawny ones, they're from the ship that came from the bowels of the Coronis Expanse. They've got plague there, and mutants, and now they're spreading that rot everywhere. The taint, they're all...
Silence!
The priest who has remained silent until now raises his staff.
You must be completely out of your minds, a band of woefully dim-witted sinners who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days.
And what's so wrong about that, Reverend?
We just want to put these heretics to death.
We're not heretics. The haggard man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees. I swear it on the golden throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Where were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares? Traitors! Traitors and heretics, the lot of them! A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priest, at the wretched group huddling in the center.
How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear. Their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all gathered here.
Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me, rogue trader. Address the refugee. Those are serious accusations you're spouting. I hope you have proof. All onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. The refugees can go back to Dock Alpha Row. I will speak to you later. Comply or face consequences. Nod at the rabble-rousers in the crowd. The people before you insult those instated by the throne to be above them, and thus they deserve death. The game seems cool, but I'm a console gamer, and I feel like it wouldn't work well on console. I mean, it's a RPG. Turn-based games work on console plenty well. One article says, okay, the FAQ for Rogue Trader. Will it be possible to pre-order on Xbox, PS4? Can I choose a console version of the game? They said, unfortunately, no. The RT Founders Packs are strictly for the PC version, but that doesn't mean that they're Like, the Gamatsu article from November of this year says it's in development for consoles and PC. These are serious accusations. Do you have any proof? All onlookers return to your homes. The refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I'll speak to you later. Comply or face consequences. None of the people dare defy you. They back away carefully, trying not to look at you. The refugees use the interruption to make off in the direction of Dock 1. I don't have time for this shit. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a sinner. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly, then his eyes shift to you. I am Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. Thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have the time. We can talk. There's a lot going on here. I like that there's just random scenarios and situations you sort of have to stumble into and deal with. And I also appreciate that there seems like a good amount of combat, but also a good amount of things that can just be resolved with the RP decision making in various ways. But anyway, thanks again, Arch, for 25 months of slub. Much appreciated. Since this is an alpha, I believe I may have hit a memory leak, because I am at about 20 FPS right now. Uh-oh, I found another thing. The low hum of voices quiets, and a dozen gazes shift to you. Also, while we're in alpha, the developers did say that you could comment on anything, no matter what, that you think in the alpha. My comment is, the word gazes. We need synonyms, because this single word is in 75% of the descriptors. And I've honed in on it. I didn't mean to. I wasn't looking for it. It's just I've just encountered it. Let's see. What are some other words? I guess like stairs. The thing is, it's sort of a word that is the only word that describes multiple people's vision. So you'd have to say a completely different thing, I think. Have you gazed upon the word gazes too much? Yeah. First mate Daggett. The tall man with the although I think the writing's very good though. I've enjoyed all the writing so far. You can say the group's attention shifts to you. Yeah, you'd have to just use a different word. The tall man with a shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness. Greetings. You must be Lord von Valancius, your lordship. I heard about your arrival on Footfall, of course, and about Lady Theodora's passing, but I wasn't told you're not on the list. He stops. But that's not a problem, of course. Please, come on in. Chaplain is about to begin. But we're waiting for one more attendee to arrive. Fidelio. Without Fidelio, it's all for nothing. Mumbling, the man excuses himself and joins the other attendees. Oh, there's a funeral. We arrive for the funeral. Your appearance seems to have perturbed the man, but no more than should be expected when a distinguished guest arrives at an event without invitation. Awareness 20, look around. Awareness plus 55, chance 100%. Shows the best character for this action. So if you're curious how checks go, this is what it would look like. I wonder who this Fidelio is and why they can't start. What is this place? Join the attendees. I want to see what this is about. Let's look around. The gathering you find yourself at seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the Liege's residence. But you notice that most of those gathered are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they're covering the exit, a few clearly carrying concealed weapons. I'm just gonna join the attendees. Let's see what this is about. I'm walking on in with my entire retinue. I'm just gonna invite myself to the party. By the way, this is just a glitched thing, so don't mind it. What a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of faith burning, and an example to all future generations. The most noble and unforgettable Master Bellardo. This loss. The fussy administratum clerk speaks in a strained voice and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. His speech drags on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Bellardo. Time passed 20 minutes. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Bellardo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. A formidable-looking man dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary glares at the gathered crowd. And here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer then. But if you think that the Emperor, or the messenger of his will, in other words, myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. The chaplain looks at you and gives a slight nod. I wasn't referring to our esteemed guest, but the rest of you I know all too well. So go ahead, pray for Bellardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him. A fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, the chaplain makes a sign of the Aquila and pointedly turns away. Okay. Awareness check failed, awareness check succeeded. I like just meddling in affairs. Whoever prepared the body of this gray-haired man in the coffin did a good job, even in death. He looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased, and he frowns. He peers at it with suspicion, then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. Albie, this is quite the meeting, if it can be called such under the circumstances. Take a good look at the deceased. Pascal, peek at him. Succeeded check. The implants left in the deceased body speak of his high standing. Expensive tech is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate. You know this man? Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use would be improper for a funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerry Candins, known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Coronis Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerry Can for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago. I was serving my last days in the Navy when news came of his latest attack. Abelard distractedly runs a hand through his hair. Well, well, there was a time when the sight of Jerry Can in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance. Quite literally, by the throne, I would have danced a jig on the spot. But now, I don't know. No more jumping into the warp right from under the cruiser's nose. You old beast. Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? This is very grand for a pirate's funeral. Is this normal?
Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum a few paces away from the Liege's residence. But no one has heard of Dins for so many decades, I barely recognized him myself, and I've seen his face on pics a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him, Master Bellardo?
Bellardo is like a Kenshi name I would come up with.
Now I remember. Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Bellardo as one of the biggest donors to the temple.
Among the words of parting and praise for the deceased, a fresh entry stands out. Repentance, with a signature underneath. Fid. The letters are crabbed and barely legible. People definitely want Fidelio dead. There's an odd smell to this amasec. Maybe the drink's been poisoned. Where is...
I'm always ready.
I'm always ready.
The tall man who welcomed you at the entrance is shifting foot to foot and keeps glancing around with a gloomy expression.
This is an honor, your lordship, such an honor. Could you spare a minute? I have a request.
The amasec that you ordered your servitor to remove was poisoned. What a fascinating coincidence. He looks you in the eye. Poisoned? No, it can't be. It must have been a bad batch. You never introduced yourself.
I am Dagon Othio.
I was first mate on Din's ship. I mean, Master Bellardo. Given the deceased's former occupation, I have a good idea what role you played under his command. He smirks. They used to call me Torch. He's Jerry Can. I'm Torch. Those were the days. You know what? All you pirate scum disgust me. You should not be allowed to walk freely on an Imperial station. Jay, you can just start fights with people if you want. If you want to RP, that you can do that. Did Bellardo ever mention repentance to you? No, but I know what you're talking about. The scribbles in his home, right? Yeah, it happened all right. That writing just a... What? I have no idea what he's talking about. On the walls, the mirrors, always the same word, repentance. I told him to get a psyker to check his house for sorcery, but he said no. Too pricey, I guess. He said something about that, how he already paid too much for repentance. Not a lot of psykers around, and a single one of them will cost you as much as a team of top-notch bruisers. Hey, listen, friend. How long did that go on? The writing? Anything else strange happen in the household? Flying knickknacks, furniture growing tentacles, people dying for no reason?
Oh, all kinds of things happen, my girl. Things going flying, people dying too. Servants, that is.
Whenever we felt like remembering our glory days and got sloshed on half a jug of the good stuff, that's when it would happen. I remember one time we decided to see who could carve open servitors in the dark the quickest. He grins and catches himself and glances at you. All right, serious talk. Nothing like that in his house. Nothing sorcerous apart from the writing. As for when it began, Xenos knows. 10, 12 years ago? Idai returns to you and shakes her head. It'd be good to take a look at that writing, but if I had to guess, it doesn't sound like warp influence to me. If something really did take up residence in that house, it would have made a bigger splash in 10 years, like a dozen corpses big. I like how she's on the other side of the room. Yeah, my party is just spread out right now. What did you guys want to speak about? What did you want to speak about?
Here's the thing, your lordship. I'll just give it to you straight. I'm sorry, I don't know how to talk to lofty folk.
Well, Dins, that is, Bellardo, my old friend and boss, died. And he left all he had, and he had a lot, mind you, to this Fidelio. That was kind of rude of him. That's no way to treat your friends. I get it. He left his useless son high and dry. A good thing, too, but his old friend? So I'm thinking maybe you can step in and set things right. Intervene in the matter of the inheritance, or I don't know. Why did Dins leave you out of his will?
Old age, you know, his head wasn't the same anymore. Yeah, gotta be it. Just too unfair to fly with him for 10 years and get nothing for it.
Who is this Fidelio?
He winces like he has a toothache. I wish I knew. I first heard the name when Din's kicked it. Maybe it's a horde cheered him up in his golden years, and this Fidelio made him so happy he decided to give him the whole kit and caboodle.
What do you want from me?
You're a distinguished sort. You can muscle in on this. You can talk to Chaplin. He's the executor. And talk about the will, or maybe you can find Fidelio and have a talk with him too? I mean, who'd want an inheritance that's not rightfully theirs? More trouble than it's worth, you ask me. And trust me, old Dagon can be of service to you if you need anything. I know lots about footfall and other things. I can help you with information. I can get you some solid lads for a job. You could really use a guy like me.
I'll consider it.
That's good. That's really great.
All right, I gotta go. An investigation is afoot. So where the is his house over here? I'm supposed to talk to the other guy. Glad to see Kit and Caboodle still part of the vernacular. Yeah. 100%. Never goes out of style, I'd say. Ooh, a multi-key. Whew, okay, chat. I'm gonna save here and probably call it here. Because my game has memory leaked down to 20 frames per second. And I need to restart it, but I also haven't taken a break in 5 hours. So rather than take a break at 9 p.m., because like when RPGs come out, I want to play as my characters. And I kind of just want to do a short stream today to get a peek at this in alpha, because I don't want to play 30 hours of an RPG that isn't done yet, because I almost made that mistake with Baldur's Gate. And don't really want to repeat that again, but I think it was a good preview. Got to see some story threads, got to see some good combat chunks. I hope I figured out some power usage pretty decently, and also we just had 5 days of streams in a row, so I'm just pretty tired. Also, reading aloud does that. But yeah, I really enjoyed the early look at it, and I'm just in an RPG mood. But by RPG mood, I just need to find something that I can play off stream and just kind of chill and vibe so that I can just read silently. Because reading out loud is a lot more effort, not surprisingly. I don't know if there's any plans for voice acting for this. I would be surprised with the sheer quantity of dialogue if there was going to be any voice acting, but I don't know. I think if, I haven't played Pathfinder. If Pathfinder is not voice acted, I don't think this will be either. Would be my guess. There's voice acting, but not all dialogue. That's fair, yeah. Looks fun, I'd give it a go. It'd be my first foray into 40k. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Seems like there's a lot of lore, the ability to dig into a lot of different story paths. Some good options with how to handle things. You can be a pompous asshole, or you can try to be good. Etel, I've had a lot of fun watching over the past 2 years, but I'm starting a new job with different hours. Well, the VODs exist, or you might find some streams on your day off. But either way, congrats on the new job. But yeah, Rogue Traders seems like it's off to a solid start. Obviously room for polish and some more details and lots of room for development while it's in its alpha state, but I think it was a good thing to show off. Tell some people about the game, maybe put it on your radar if you weren't looking for it already. I'll probably be back on Monday, chat, so I need a couple days to just rest and recuperate. I doubt that will change, but we'll be back with some more Dwarf and maybe some more Rim, and I'm not sure about Ixion, because Ixion has like kind of middling reviews on Steam, where I already have a problem with non-RP colony sims, sort of, and I feel like it's going to be one of those cases. So I'm not sure if I want to check it out or not. Because the things that people say are thumbs down about it are also the things that bother me. That's not to say you can't have fun with it anyways. But like, I enjoyed Frostpunk, but I never want to play it again, and if this game is like Frostpunk, then it might be some frustrations, possibly. But I might check it out. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Depends on if I feel like doing any variety. Checking out new games. Maybe. We'll see how we feel. Anyways, I'm sending you off into the void. Good night. I gotta go pee. I haven't stood up in 5 hours. And I'll see you guys again. I'll try to be there at probably around 3 p.m. Pacific on Monday as well. And we'll go back to some of the favorites that we've been establishing, and maybe there'll be even more new games. You're going into the warp, all right? Go to the warp. Good night, and enjoy your weekend, everybody. Have a good one. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks to the devs for giving us an early look at very promising new Warhammer RPG. The more I see of the Warhammer 40k universe, the more I like it. So I just need to actually sit down and play one of these games longer than I have been. All right, get out of here. Bye, everybody. Sleep well. Night-night.